Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you search with the real Yellow Pages, you get more than a contractor. You get a whole new curb appeal. It's not just getting directions to a dry cleaner with YP.com. It's rescuing an old favorite from the back of the closet. And it's more than finding a locksmith with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting to sleep in your own bed. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the real Yellow Pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T. The YP.com website is your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to YP.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
This is Terry McGriff, pitching coach for the Bridgeport Bluefish, and you listen to Perry Miles on the Bluefish broadcast.
Behind everything,
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
This is a baseball jungle. The Bluefish and the Blue Crabs have been entangling over the last 3 days and will conclude the 4-game series after this afternoon's contest. Hello everyone, Perry Miles here as the Bluefish take on the Blue Crabs for the 4th time in the series. A couple of familiar pitchers on the mound for each side. One of them is Isaac Hess, the left-hander who's done an outstanding job for the Bluefish. The southpaw gave up 4 runs in 7 innings and picking up his victory with the Fish's second one of the season. Meanwhile, it is right-hander Michael Schlack on the hill. Schlack was an all-star in the Atlantic League a year ago for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. He's overcoming some shoulder tightness, and he is heading to the hill. This is his first start since returning from injury, and it is expected that he will only go an inning or 2. So therefore, the bullpen is to be expected to play a big role in this contest as Southern Maryland and Bridgeport tangle. Yesterday, the Bluefish played another morning game. It was a 10:35 affair that took place at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Bluefish and Blue Crabs were tied at 2 until the fateful bottom of the 7th inning. A home run by Jeremy Owens, a double by Paco Figueroa, sent the third sacrifice bunt by Hu Eventually, back-to-back extra base hits from Espinosa and Barton drove in a couple more runs, and an RBI fielder's choice by Christian Lopez later in the frame to bring home Barton to close the Blue Crab scoring. The Bluefish pulled one more run in the ninth inning, but they were unable to complete the comeback. Bridgeport lost yesterday 6-3 as Matt Pike suffered the loss. He moved to 1-2. Charlie Manning now 2-0 as he recorded the final out of the top of the seventh inning. There was no save credited as the Blue Crabs bullpen performed very well in yesterday's ball game. This is the finale before Bridgeport heads over to Camden following the game. They'll be taking on the River Sharks in a day-night doubleheader tomorrow, and they'll have a three-game series that concludes on Saturday. When we come back on the Bluefish broadcast, we'll have the starting lineups, and we'll have first pitch from Regency Furniture in this matinee festival. All the kids are out here, and so should you. As the Bluefish travel on the road, the team is 4-2 so far. The starting lineups upcoming right here on BridgeportBluefish.com.
If you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, I nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Tastes greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light summer, hot bays all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but it'll be alright because coolers are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, mini skirts galore. Beer garden for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits, Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Hey, Frost Brewed Coors Light, the most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Great beer comes with responsibility. Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees. Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
Mike Piazza talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It just connects you with the history of the game and the tradition of this game and how important this game is to the fabric of society. And it's something I used to bond with my father, and I will always, and I love to sort of teach my kids the history of baseball. And
preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Hi everyone out there, this is Matt Pike, and you are listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Bluefish baseball is back for the first day game, first set of 3 games during the day. Yesterday was Southern Maryland taking game 1. This is game 2. I had an opportunity to talk with Louis Rodriguez before the game, and he said that he's never performed 3 straight regular season games during the daytime. It is typical that a big league club may do that if opening day is, let's say, on a Thursday, then the weekend kicker goes to Saturday and Sunday, so that the opening night or the opening day game would be at 1 o'clock, and then Saturday and Sunday would also be at 1 o'clock. It is more of an early season test and an early season game because of the fact that the weather is much colder during the daytime, during the nighttime than it is during the daytime. That's why it happens. But Louis Rodriguez mentioned that a couple times in rookie baseball and in the winter leagues, they would get up at 8, 9 o'clock and then play over at 10 o'clock for the ball game. The clocks of the hitters, the timing of the hitters may not be as strong as what it would be during the nighttime, but all in all, the kids, they have shown up to this venue at Regency Furniture Stadium to watch these two ball clubs compete. And Bridgeport comes in with a record of 9 wins and 4 losses. Who better in the Atlantic League than Bridgeport right now? They're 1 game ahead of the Somerset Patriots for the best record in all of the league, and also the Long Island Ducks, who have won 4 in a row. The 2 of them have won a combined 7 straight games, as Long Island, they have a doubleheader today against the York Revolution after their game was postponed due to inclement weather. Meanwhile, the Somerset Patriots, they were able to win last night, and so they are 8-5 on the year. The Lancaster Barnstormers, they too won, and they defeated the Camden River Sharks, right now 5-8 record. So Bridgeport, 1 game ahead, 2 in the win column for Bridgeport against Long Island, up 2 games total against Southern Maryland, and 4 games in front of the pace of the River Sharks in the Liberty Division standings, as Southern Maryland and Bridgeport are getting warmed up out there jogging. It was a cool morning, but the sun is beating down on the Waldorf, Maryland grass. It should be about 60-65 degrees by the time the game starts. Temperatures are expected to rise to around 70 by the time that this game is through, but no chance of rain in the area. They were expecting a morning shower. There was a plethora of rain overnight, which is what they were expecting, but the field has cleared. The rain has moved out of the area, and we are ready, almost ready, for baseball, less than 10 minutes away from expected first pitch at Regency Furniture Stadium. Joey Gathright leads off for the Bluefish behind Isaac Hess. He's playing center field. Kennard Jones is over in left field. He'll bat second. Prentice Redmond bats third and plays right. Colin DeLone is the designated hitter, batting fourth, while Brock Peterson occupies first base and bats fifth. Ramon Vasquez, the third baseman, bats sixth, while Luis Rodriguez does the catching. He'll bat seventh. Pedro Lopez bats eighth and plays second base. Eddie Rogers rounds out the Bluefish lineup. He bats ninth and plays shortstop behind Mr. Hess, who's done an outstanding job so far. He was the piggyback to Paulo Segura in his first outing of the year out of the bullpen. His second outing was a 7-inning, 4-run effort in which he allowed a couple of home runs. The Biggie, a 3-run shot in the first inning, but he was able to settle down in that contest as the Bluefish wound up winning that by a score of 13-7. And in that game, he surrendered that 3-run home run to James Shanks and a solo drive by Chris Nowak, who continued to punish Bluefish pitching from a year ago. York still has yet to figure out certain ways of scoring more runs, and so far they have the worst record in the Atlantic League heading into today's play. They'll have a double dip against Long Island, and Bridgeport hoping that the Revolution are able to at least pull one of those games out, so that way Bridgeport will at least have a lead going into tomorrow's play, which is expected to be a tough doubleheader with Gilbert De La Var and Raymar Diaz expected on the hill. For the Bluefish, we do not know who to expect from the River Sharks, although they did exhibit quite a bit of pitching between Brian Corey the last time. Let's not forget about Mr. Weezer on the mound in Game 4. Those two did an outstanding job. And let's not forget about Sean Jarrett, who shut down the Bluefish through his work in Game 2. The River Sharks pitching just allowed 4 runs total in those final 3 games, including 2 Bluefish shutouts. Meanwhile, the Bluefish will be opposed by Michael Schlack. He's expected to go an inning or 2, and then there will be a set of bullpen pitchers. It's expected that there might be 70-75 pitches thrown by the first reliever out of the bullpen. That has yet to be determined, who is Paco Figueroa. The shortstop will be leading off. The second baseman, Chin-Lung Hu, is batting second. David Espinoza, first baseman, batting third, while former Fish member Brian Barton does the cleanup, and he's the designated hitter. 3 for 4 yesterday with a couple of RBI. He was 1 hit shy of the cycle, a homer shy in that. Michael Daniels in right field batting 5th. Christian Lopez, the catcher, bats 6th. While Matt Paget, who seemed to get on track yesterday a little bit, he had a double in the contest, he'll bat 7th and play 3rd. Jeremy Owens, who has 2 home runs and a double in the set, he plays center field and bats 8th. while Richard Giannotti, who seems to play every role in the outfield and also pitches, he'll bat ninth and play left field behind Schlack. Last season, 8 wins and 6 losses with an ERA of 4.6 plus, as the right-hander is not necessarily a strikeout pitcher. He's more along the lines of a ground ball type. Just 38 strikeouts in 107 1/3 innings. Gives up a little bit more than a hit an inning. That was his line last year. And he specifically was 1-2 against the Bluefish when he started 1-1 in terms of decisions that he was involved with. And obviously Isaac Hess, this is the first time that Hess has played against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in his career, just having one game in the Atlantic League with the Newark Bears back in 2009. The Bluefish and the Blue Crabs are coming up right after this. On BridgeportBluefish.com, I am Perry Miles.
Just getting the call, man. Days left in the season, I didn't have any idea that I was going to get the opportunity to get back, and then a couple things called me into it. There was a chance at Boston maybe going down, and it still didn't work out. They came in like after the season and didn't work out. We're just sitting there waiting while we was having lunch, and I was there, and they just tell me now, come back to Boston.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less clug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much. And it's something we should never forget. I think the Hall of Fame at the waiver line. Anytime that I visited it, just like a little kid, you people, the both have done a great job preserving the game. Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the weird yellow pages for a folder, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best friend. Just one of the YP.com. It's getting your road trip back on track. It's searching and always to find exactly what you're looking for. All the yellow pages, YP.com and YP.com.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, spark plug, domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Bluefish Baseball is back on the air from Waldorf, Maryland. The Bluefish and the Blue Crabs rounding out this series. Bridgeport so far in the season-long 13-game road trip have a record of 4-2 and are hoping to win their second straight series on the road. And considering that this team is 7-2 against 2011 playoff teams in the Atlantic League, is a great achievement to this point, considering that Long Island is 7-4 and Southern Maryland, who has shown their fortitude pitching the baseball, as the Bluefish are going to be taking on Southern Maryland for the final time this series. The Bluefish and Blue Crabs will tangle a couple of weeks from today in a midweek series against the Blue Crabs. They'll come in the next homestand. They'll play Sugar Land, and then they'll play the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs before heading on the road again to Long Island. Then another home set before Bridgeport kickstarts the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs big homestand, a 9-gamer. They'll start in early June, 3 times within less than a month that these teams will convene, 2 of which will be taking place here, which means 2 times it will take place at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in the second half. And that's why Bridgeport is looking forward to moving on to Camden, but they must take care of business today with the starting lineup as assembled. Mike Terry is behind home plate today. Pat McLaughlin is over at first base, and Eric Diaz is occupying the third base line today as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs lineup is about to be introduced by some kids lined up. It's almost as if it is not the Super Bowl, I wouldn't say that, but every other minor league baseball team, the kids and the players slapping 5 with each of their favorite players as some of the kids are making their way onto the field to raise their arms up and perform the national anthem and stand with their favorite players while the national anthem is performed from behind home plate. As we direct our attention to well behind home plate, group of students making their way there to eventually sing the national anthem, so we'll direct our attention to that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats and welcome Greenview Knowles Elementary School to the honor of American City on national anthem.
An excellent rendition of the national anthem performed from behind home plate as the Bluefish get ready for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in the finale of this 4-game series that will begin at the mound with Michael Schlack, who's been dealing with some shoulder stiffness in his right shoulder. He's been hurt a little bit, but the Bluefish and the Blue Crabs are almost underway. Southern Maryland so far lost 2 out of 3. They're hoping to salvage a split to go 2-2 in this series after taking down the Somerset Patriots, the leaders in the Freedom Division, 2 out of 3 at TD Bank Ballpark. They've had all kinds of trouble against Bridgeport in this series, and matters do not get easier for Southern Maryland. They go on the road this weekend before returning home, and they have likes of York and Camden, and eventually they'll have to play the Long Island Ducks, who are the defending Atlantic League Liberty Division champions, and York Revolution are the defending champs, period, in the Atlantic League, as Michael Schlack continues to work on the hill. You heard the play ball signal from one of the kids on the side. Michael Schlack last year, 8 wins and 6 losses, an ERA north of 4.5, 107 1/3 innings pitched, 108 hits. So he does give up some hits. He does not walk many batters, just 25 walks in those innings worked. But he doesn't strike out many players. So he's not going to overpower. He's more of a sinker ball kind of guy. Curveball. He likes playing to contact. And he has a very good defense behind him with Matt Padgett over at third base, Paco Figueroa over at short, Chin Lung Hu at second base, and David Espinoza occupying first base due to the absence of Casey Benjamin, who might be a big loss for Southern Maryland because of his potent bat. He left for Mexico, which is independent AAA baseball. Christian Lopez is behind the plate, catching the balls and strikes from Michael Schlack. Meanwhile, Richard Giannotti, Jeremy Owens, and Mike Daniel left to right in the outfield. 1 inning, maybe 2 from Schlack today to get him into the thick of matters. Then Pat Osborne will continue to work the right-hander until he is ready to roll with his starting job. Remember, early in the season, it is necessary sometimes to have 5 or even 6 pitchers on the mound because of the day-night doubleheaders and because of the day games after the night games and all of these scheduling changes. Eventually, the schedule becomes more regular with night games and then Saturday evening games followed by Sunday afternoon or early evening games, as there is something down the left field line, perhaps a drop baseball, that one of the relievers hustles down the left field line. I believe that was Rainer Oliveros. As the first pitch is coming up to center fielder Joey Gathright. He's followed by Kennard Jones and Prentice Redmond. A sun-filled day at the ballpark. It is beating down on the field. After all that rain, the grass needs some sun. So do the players. The first pitch is on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Joey Gathright, a left-handed hitter, against the right-hander Schlack. He will reach about 88 miles per hour on the gun. The 0-1 is swung on and lifted into right center field. Jeremy Owens charges in and snags for out number 1. The center fielder drove forward. Joey Gathright hit the ball a little better in that at-bat than he has in the previous games that he's played against Southern Maryland, but that time it just hung in the air too long as it sets up Kennard Jones. More information about Michael Schlack and his ability to get hitters out. We talk about the ground balls that he induces. The first one was a fly ball. The next pitch served outside. 1 ball and no strikes with Matt Padgett charging in. We've already started the game with 1 man out on the fly ball. The next pitch is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. A quick turnaround, essentially, for the Bluefish yesterday. Today, their bodies probably are more acclimated to the situation. The 2-0, fastball guided outside, 3 balls and no strikes. And you would think maybe an inning or 2 would constitute of 15, 20, 25 pitches. The 3-0, fastball away, ball 4, and there is already a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. You wonder how much Schlack is going to go, considering there is somebody getting loose down the left field line as quickly as it is. Believe it might be Rainer Oliveros. We have not seen Oliveros in this series. He's the only pitcher that we have really not seen in this series other than Nick Green, who's not going to be pitching. Not expected to. He's one of the starters. It is a right-hander down the line. It could be Oliveros. The 1-out toss, fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes to Prentice Redmond. 5 straight out of the strike zone for Schlack. A record of 8-6. He's reached as high as AA baseball with the Frisco squad, the Texas AA affiliate in the Texas League. The 1-0. Fastball guided to the inside corner at the belt. 1 ball and 1 strike. You can hear the fans. They are jubilant, anxiously waiting for some action for the Blue Crabs. They already have seen a fly ball towards right center. As the runner goes, the pitch is swung on and missed the throw. The second gun. Kennard Jones caught stealing for the 5th time this season. He got a solid jump, but Schlack was very quick to the plate. And Lopez has tremendous ability throwing out base runners. As he records the second out of the frame, Prentice Redmond stands in. Considering that Oliveros has not pitched in this game, he's expected to go 70-75 pitches today. The 1-2 swung on and hammered foul down the left field line, and it nearly strikes one of the kids that was not even looking at the game. I warn you, if you come to any baseball game, regardless of level of play, there is expectation for line drives to be hit. Be safe rather than sorry. Look at the game and avoid the baseball or try catching with the glove. The 1-2 is painted on the outside corner. Strike 3. The Bluefish go down in the first. That may be all for Schlack as he strikes out 1 in his first start since 2011. No runs, no hits. No one left on base because of the caught stealing. At the end of the half, no score from Waldorf. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less plug. However you punch it, it's never time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much. And that's something we should never forget. Time that I've been just like a kid. You people have done a great job preserving the history of the game. Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the real yellow pages for a plumber, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best for an interview. There's more than YP.com. It's getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the real yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your phone.
This is Robbie Lewis, Bridgeport Baseball on the air right now. Hi, everyone.
Bridgeport Baseball is back for the bottom of the first inning as Isaac Hess has delivered his final pitches in the warm-up. He'll take on Paco Figueroa, Chin Lung Hu, and David Espinoza. 1, 2, and 3 in the order for Southern Maryland. Bluefish did not score in the first inning. They did have a base runner against Schlack. You wonder if he'll go the second inning. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs bullpen was getting ready as Rainer Oliveros was throwing down the left field line to get warmed up potentially for entering the second inning. That is the style of Pat Osborne. Get warmed up and eventually sit down before you go into the game. The first pitch on its way from the left-hander sinks low and in. 1 ball and no strikes to Paco. Mr. Figueroa, the shortstop, 4 for 5 yesterday with a couple of runs scored and also an extra base hit. Pitches lifted foul to the right. 1 ball and 1 strike. In this series, 7 hits in 15 at-bats for Figueroa. He's shown why the Blue Crabs believe he can be a formidable opponent for pitchers at the top of the order. He gets on base and will steal a couple of bags from time to time as Luis Lopez is at the lip of the infield grass. The next pitch, a check swing, did not matter as it crossed the inside corner. 1 and 2. It is Ramon Vasquez rather at third base. The shortstop is Eddie Rogers. Pedro Lopez over at second, and Brock Peterson at first. Machete behind home plate catching Isaac Hess, who unleashes a curveball inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kennard Jones, Joey Gathright, Prentice Redmond from left to right in the outfield defensively for the Bluefish with a record of 9 and 4 against Southern Maryland 7 and 6 as the 2-2 is popped up down the right field line. Brock Peterson loses it on Sunshine and falls in fair territory. He could not see the balls. He lost it in the sun. Originally, it was very difficult to see from the broadcast booth because the sun was beating down from left field right into the first base area. Right now, it's over the top, so Brock Peterson lost it in the sun, and you would have to believe that would be a single no glove put on the ball, as Brock could not see it. There are some ways of avoiding that kind of situation. One way is squinting. Another way for baseball players to avoid that situation is to wear the eye black just below the eye to at least get the sun to attract your cheekbone rather than the iris, which will ultimately affect your vision. The runner goes, pitches high, throw to second, not in time. Stolen base for Paco Figueroa, and already the Bluefish facing some problems with more bullpen pitches coming up from Oliveros. The count at 1 ball and no strikes. With nobody out in the bottom half of the first inning, the Blue Crabs had scored a couple of runs off of Matt Pike yesterday. Ramon Vasquez leans towards the lip of the infield grass, as does Brock Peterson. The next pitch is swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Normally, pop-ups are corralled by the Bluefish infielders and outfielders. The Sunshine can play a pivotal role to altering defense, especially during the daytime as the fastball runs high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Willie Upshaw grew up in the state of Texas, and he believed that playing in the Sunshine was great. You see the ball a whole lot better. To a degree, that's true. But then the sun plays a pivotal role into masking certain abilities to see. The 2-1 is a bunt up the third base side. Hess fields and throws to first to retire Chin Lung Hu. Sacrifice is successful. 1-3 on the putout as it sends Paco Figueroa over to third base with less than 2 outs for David Espinoza, who did very well yesterday. The Blue Crabs fans cheering for Espinoza and for their team. They know they have a rally going. The second day of field trip action from the kids, coming from all across the Tri-County area in Charles County, specifically Waldorf, Maryland. The 1-out toss, curveball, is upstairs, 1 ball and no strikes. You may not see 4 different pitches from Hess, even though he's able to throw 4 different pitches. Fastball and curve, 2 of his important ones. The 1-0, curveball drops inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Another theory is, even though Brian Barton is the cleanup hitter, you walk David Espinoza to try to set up the double play, so that way your infielders, especially up the middle, are going to move back halfway. The 2-0 from the southpaw, swung on and popped up right side. That will not get the job done. Brock Peterson trying to shade his eyes, has trouble again, but this time makes the play for out number 2. Boy, it can cause plenty of issues. The Sunshine already doing that to Brock Peterson as the sun fades behind the clouds, as you can tell by the shadows creeping over and the clouds reflecting from the field back to the top. You can see that the cloud went by and now the sun is beating down in left field one more time. It counts as a P3 on the score sheet for Brian Barton. Any fly ball, any pop fly ball is going to give a tremendous amount of trouble. Line drive might be better for Bluefish outfielders and infielders to handle. The first pitch is inside the corner, 0-1. If Barton reaches, it would be Mike Daniels stepping up to the plate. Hess unleashes, pitch is swung on and fouled off, no balls and 2 strikes. Barton has had a Jekyll and Hyde series. Yesterday was 3 for 4, 1 hit shy of the cycle, and he drove in a couple of runs. But he also struck out 4 times in a game in this series as he strikes out there on a heater on the outside corner. He is frozen. The Blue Crabs cannot score even though they had a runner at third base with less than 2 outs. The Bluefish were successful. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Mr. Oliveros rolls onto the mound right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com into the top of the second inning.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/12 and ends 8/12. For details on winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Ball to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. Rainer Oliveros, 6'2", 180-pounder out of Maracay, Venezuela. Last team was with Quebec in the Can-Am League and has reached as high as AAA baseball. He is expected to throw between 70 and 75 pitches, according to Southern Maryland's pitching coach and bench coach Reggie Harris. The first pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right, no balls, one strike. And it was because I overheard as I was walking down the left field line, going 70, 75 pitches, maximum of 80 for Oliveros today. The 0-1 is swung on and served out to left field as it falls in fair ground down the left field line. Richard Giannotti was unable to find the baseball, cruising into second base. Colin DeLong with a leadoff double. Everyone's losing the ball in the sky. The shortstop Paco Figueroa sprinted back to try to get there, but he was nowhere near the baseball, and Richard Giannotti was jogging down the left field line because he had no idea where the baseball went. The sun giving all kinds of problems to the defensive players. And it brings Brock Peterson to the plate, who had one of his own misfires as he was unable to catch the ball just behind the first base bag in the first inning that led to a single, and Figueroa nearly scored after he stole second and advanced to third on the sacrifice. Peterson yesterday with a productive outing as the first pitch is on its way from the right-hander. Oliveros deals, and the pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Peterson with a solo drive in the second yesterday and 2 doubles after that at-bat. He was scorching the baseball to all fields. He was one of only 2 players to really do some damage to the Blue Crabs pitching staff as the 1-0 is served foul to the right, 1 ball and 1 strike. He may have the most opposite field power on this Bluefish ball club. He can smack the ball to right field with authority, and we've seen him a number of times do it at TD Bank Ballpark, do it at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Just not a strict pull hitter. As he takes his time in the batter's box, a former AAA baseball player taking on Oliveros. Throws about 90 miles an hour. Right-hander deals, and the pitch swerves outside on what appeared to be a breaking pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Schlack's day is over after just 1 inning and 11 pitches. And it had nothing to do with him getting injured in this game, but he's coming off of injury, and perhaps Pat Osborne will ease him into that role as Peterson swings and fouls it off. A big lunge by Brock. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rainer Oliveros, we mentioned he was north of the border for his last time in baseball. He's been in professional baseball since really 2005. He's signed as an undrafted free agent by the Kansas City Royals and has reached as high as AAA baseball in his career as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays in Durham, and also had a Double-A stint with Montgomery with the Rays as the pitch settles away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 37 career starts for Oliveros heading into today, or at least heading into the season in 149 games. Oliveros pins the glove towards his left thigh as he waits for Brock Peterson. 2 balls and 2 strikes, or rather 3 balls, 2 strikes. Next one on its way. Squib to the ground on the right side. Oliveros fields and throws to first in time as the base runner gets caught up to throw third, and the throw home is gone. A great play to snag Colin DeLone at the plate, and the Bluefish get themselves in a whole lot of trouble. DeLone went to third on the Brock Peterson squib ground ball that was fielded by Oliveros. It's a 1-3 to 5-2 to get the double play to Peterson, even though it was an inadvertent play. DeLone gunned at the dish, and with 2 outs, Ramon Vasquez steps up. Southern Maryland has been relentless with its defensive efficacy and its excellence to be able to execute the small plays. Oliveros just plopped the ball just above the head of Brock Peterson as Ramon Vasquez waits for a new baseball from Oliveros. He's been quite effective in his career, a 3.56 ERA heading into this season, and he's pitched well. The first pitch slides to the outside corner, 0-1. Southern Maryland's pitching staff has excelled. Their ERA is less than 3 through the first 13 games. The 0-1 swung on and squib to the third base side. Maybe difficult play as Lopez slides and eats the ball. It is an infield single for Ramon Vasquez. And boy, does that base running blunder loom large as DeLone took that big turn and was caught halfway between Padgett and the catcher in Christian Lopez. Let's take a look at the Southern Maryland defense one more time. Matt Padgett's over at the hot corner. Paco Figueroa at short. Chinlong Hu at second, while David Espinoza occupies first. Christian Lopez behind the plate for Michael Schlopp initially, and now it is turned over to Oliveros. Giannotti, Owens, and Daniel from left to right in the outfield. Louis Rodriguez steps in. First pitch to Machetes on the outside corner, 0-1. Rodriguez yesterday did not play. He was spelled by Michael Morris, who went 1 for 4 with a single to right center field and 3 strikeouts. The 0-1 to Rodriguez. Hopped up foul to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. Rodriguez anticipates the pitches being thrown by Southern Maryland. Plenty of sliders, plenty of breaking pitches towards the outside, running fastballs inside. But sometimes it's always about the execution. He understands that. The 0-2 on its way from the right-hander. Pitch is swung on and served towards right center field. Jeremy Owens, the center fielder, calls everybody off to make the catch for the final out of the frame. A couple of base hits in the second, but one was eliminated on a throwdown to third base, and the eventual rundown. 1 base runner left on at the end of an inning and a half. No score from Waldorf. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with, sorry Alan, drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight tip, a motel key, let's not talk about the motel key, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The temperatures are expected to warm up in southern Maryland as the weekend moves along, and they are expected to be the same in Camden, New Jersey, Bridgeport's next destination. The Bluefish are hoping to win 3 out of 4 games, as Bridgeport has won 2 out of 3 against Southern Maryland, but it has not been easy against this Blue Crabs ball club. And after the first 2 nights when the Bluefish were able to take care of business against York using their prolific offense, Southern Maryland has put Bridgeport's offense aside and gotten them out in order. The difference has been the Bluefish pitching has nearly matched Southern Maryland's. And so far in the series, it's been anything but an offensive slugfest. Yesterday, Southern Maryland scored 6 times, which matched the most number by any team in this series as the pitch is lifted high in the air to deep right. Prentice Rendon moving back. He's nearing the track. He's nearing the wall. And that ball is gone. Solo drive Mike Daniel. And that ball just kept on flying and carrying up until it went over the wall in right center field. That is a deep drive for Mike Daniel to give the Blue Crabs a 1-0 lead. Mistake pitch towards the middle of the plate from Isaac Hess. And it sets up Christian Lopez at the dish. Typically, right-handed hitters are the ones that are supposed to be clubbing the baseball out of the yard. Not the lefties too much. At that time, Daniel showed why he was picked up and is positioned in the middle of the order. That was a scorching high fly. The first pitch to Lopez lands on the outside corner. The knees 0-1. Southern Maryland gets on the board first. And that happened for the 3rd time in the series. Second time it's happened earlier than inning 4 as the pitch is right in the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. The Bluefish have had to come back much of the series and perhaps with the tarp, and it goes 5 rows back. But the other part is that they've had the mental fortitude to be able to withstand any charge from Southern Maryland. They've had plenty of opportunities to score runs, but the hitting has just not stepped up, and perhaps the games being at night has facilitated Bridgeport pitching because there's a little bit more wind holding the ball in. The 0-2 to Lopez. Slap foul, right field line out of play. And Christian takes a stare down the right field line because perhaps one of the fans may have been struck with baseball. He was ensuring himself that no one got hit. No balls and 2 strikes. Lopez, veteran catcher for this team in his 3rd year in the Atlantic League. Started in 2010 with Butch Hobson and company as the next one lands over the middle of the plate for strike 3. Lopez just getting an understanding of where that was as he goes down because he wants that call. If the Bluefish are going to get that call, he wants to make sure that his pitchers get the same treatment as Lopez is Hess's 2nd strikeout victim. Matt Padgett moves forward, the 3rd baseman and the former member of the flock. As the first pitch lands on the outside corner 0-1. 5th season in the Atlantic League for Padgett. 2 with York, 2 with Long Island. His first one in Southern Maryland. He's made his rounds. Did quite well last year for Long Island, but he's not doing the same with the Crabs. He steps out of the box. He's batting .077 as the next pitch sails high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Talking about the way that the Blue Crabs have been able to play over the last couple of games. Different. Getting out to the lead, forcing pressure at Bluefish as the pitch is swung on and lifted high near deep center field. Joey Gathright on the move, and he cannot make the play as he falls down on the boarding track, and he may be hurt. Rounding third and trying to score Paget. The throw to the plate is in time as they get Paget out at the plate. He was vying for an inside the park home run. Now the question is whether or not Joey Gathright is okay. He is leaning down, his glove pinned to his left knee as Gathright could not play the ball. He fell down. He is hobbling. Erica Ventura running her fastest to get to the right of center field. And Willie Upshaw making his way out there as well, right behind Ventura. We'll see if Joey Gathright is okay. If not, the Bluefish may have to bring out their starting center fielder, but Paget was aiming for inside the park home run. As it turns out, it is a triple, and he's gunned out as it was a beautiful relay by the Bluefish. Prentice Redmond recovered the ball. It wound up being a 9-4-2 to get Paget out of the plate. That would have been the second inside the park home run allowed by the Bluefish, although Gathright appears to be hobbling a bit. It seems that he will continue in the contest. The Bluefish got fortunate that the second home run was not hit by Matt Paget. The first one hit by Mike Daniel earlier in the game, earlier in the inning, to right center field. So Isaac Hess has not done well against the left-handers that have hit in this lineup. A home run by Daniel and a triple by Paget, but he's not on the base pass as a nice swipe tag was applied by Louis Rodriguez. Hess trying to get loose as Jeremy Owens moves forward. Those two baseballs were scalded. It seems as if the pitches are being driven to the deepest part of the yards out, which tells you that the ball is carrying much more effectively today off the bat than they were earlier in the series. Here comes Owens, who was 1 for 4 with a home run yesterday. Hess stares in for the sign and collects his breath. The first pitch to Owens slides low, 1 ball and no strikes. Boy, that was close to an injury for Joey Gathright. We will see if he continues in the game after he records, or if the Bluefish record the final out. The 1-0 on its way from Hess. Fastball directed outside, 2 balls and no strikes. A critical part of the game for the Bluefish, and they got the break that they needed on the excellent relay from Prentice Redmond just to the right of center on the warning track. The next offering is inside, 3 balls and no strikes. Wants to be a fastball. Last start has mostly used fastball and curveball. 3-0. Slides over the inside corner, 3 balls and 1 strike. He's reached as high as Mexican League Baseball in his career. And he's never been with an affiliated organization. Signed by 4 different teams, but was unable to get with the ball club as the pitch is sent foul to the left. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ultimately, his goal is to make it to the big leagues. He's had some injury problems in the past, and he has been able to recover from those injuries. It's been really the hip that was replaced. It's always been a great story for Hess because of what he's been able to overcome. The 3-2 on its way from the lefty is poked high in the air to shallow right field as Prentice Redmond drifts towards right center. The ball continues to drive towards the alley before he makes the play to retire the side. Ball causing all kinds of problems and carrying deep to right and center field today. But a home run for Mike Daniel to lead off the frame gives the Blue Crabs a 1-run lead going into the top of the 3rd. We're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back after this.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing: a smooth pour with less plug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion.
Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much, and it's something we should never forget. I think the Hall of Fame has a way of reminding you.
Anytime that I've visited it, just like a little kid.
You will put the Hall of Fame have done a great job preserving the history of the game.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the real yellow pages for a moment, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor on YP.com. It's looking your best friend in the world. It's more than flipping a mechanic. YP.com is getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for. Real yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your home. Only from AT&T.
It is very difficult to get an inside the park home run, especially when you do not possess the kind of speed that is warranted for an inside the park home run. Ask Brandon Singh about all of that on Long Island. He had the inside the park home run against the Bluefish earlier in the year after Joey Gathright sprawled to the grass trying to dive to make the catch. He did not do it, and it bounced directly to the wall where Redmond had to play it. Redmond had a similar situation that time. This time around, it was Matt Padgett, who's not fleet of foot either, but Redmond was able to get there, and an excellent relay throw to gun out Padgett at the plate. The first pitch in the top of the third inning is a strike poured in by Oliveros to Pedro Lopez. 1 ball and no strikes. Oliveros continues to work quickly as he gets a shot line back through the box. It is a base hit for Pedro Lopez. Third hit of the game for the Bluefish. Bridgeport picked up 2 last inning against Oliveros as it sets up Eddie Rogers. Bridgeport a bit fortunate to have only allowed that 1 run. In the frame as Isaac Hess will go into the third inning of work, either down by 1 or, if Bridgeport's able to respond, perhaps tie the game or even take the lead. Eddie Rogers moves forward, even stance for the shortstop, as the next pitch is swung on and served into right field. Pretty well hit, moving back and then charging in to make the basket catch was the corner outfielder Mike Daniel, and the throw went well up the first base side between first and second. Nearly thrown away. For whatever reason, the outfielders growing some confidence in their throws, but that one was wild. And it brings Joey Gathright to the dish. Plenty of confidence from all of these players. Former big leaguers, former AAA guys. But sometimes really not in their best interest to be throwing with that much velocity after a bluff by Pedro Lopez to move to second. 1 man out, Gathright up to the plate. Lopez at first has a decent lead. Shuffle step, pitches outside, 1 ball and no strikes. The shuffle step is usually applied by a base runner in order to get a rhythm, so that way shuffle step go, that way they can get momentum, quickly turn, and be at full speed by the time they turn. Low 1-0. Fastball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Sometimes the shuffle step is used for a delayed steal, which the Bluefish have not used to this point. Shuffle step 3 or 4 times, and then take off once the catcher decides to throw the ball back to the mound. The infielder at third base, as the pitch is swung on and lifted on the air to right field, it dunks in for a base hit, read well by Pedro Lopez. He's already at third. The throw to second is not in time. It gets away from Chin-Lung Hu, but goes right back to the shortstop Paco Figueroa, who cut off the angle. Runners at second and third on the double by Joey Gathright. That ball was blocked in big-time real estate in front of Daniel, who charged in. And the Bluefish are within a single of tying the game or even taking the lead. Gathright displays tremendous speed at second base, and Pedro Lopez would score from third easily on a single as Kennard Jones weighs in. He walked in his first at-bat, and it might behoove Oliveros to pitch around him to possibly set up for the double play. The middle infielders are back as the one-out toss surfaces outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Kennard has been one of the better Bluefish players, getting on base, hitting for a high average. It's what he does. Righty-lefty situation. Timeout is called. Oliveros steps off the mound. Entering this game, Kennard at .346 with 5 ribbies. He's also gone for 3 extra base hits in his first 12 games. Not a bad total for the left-handed batter. 0-1-0. Fastball up. Bluff throw to third base is counter runs to 2 balls and no strikes. The Bluefish have already gotten caught off guard 3 times in this series. Of note, big time note. And maybe 4 times, including yesterday's contest. The 2-0. Fastball guided to the outside corner, 2-1. And it's been mostly on the bases. Sometimes being over-aggressive is not the best thing. Willie Upshaw preaches aggression, but intelligent aggression and instincts. The 2-1. Slap foul down the left field line, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And with that, teams are going to make mistakes. Not everyone is perfect. You can preach the fundamentals of the game. You can apply the fundamentals of the game as much as you wish, but sometimes it is the wrong decision to make. Pedro Lopez takes a decent-sized lead, estimating the distance between the third base bag and the third baseman Matt Padgett well off the line. If Kennard Jones has to go down the line, he might have himself an extra base hit. 2-2. Shot foul to the right. It may have deflected off his cleat. That remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The second Kids Day at this venue, and there is a third Kids Day as part of a day-night doubleheader tomorrow in Camden. An 11:05 first pitch for the day-night, first game. Second contest slated for 7:05 with a fireworks display after the contest. The 2-2. Way inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes as Lopez had to scoop it up out of the dirt before Pedro Lopez would have tried to bolt home. Lots of concern for Oliveros on the base runners in scoring position, even though his primary concern should be the hitter, because the runners aren't going anywhere. The 3-2 swung on and served out to deep center field. Jeremy Owens had to turn around. He's nearing the track and makes the catch. Both runners tag. It's a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Kennard Jones. The Bluefish have tied the game at 1. Sacrifice fly, F8 for Kennard. He drives in his 6th run of the season with Prentice Redmond coming to the plate. Joey Gathright is over at third, as Redmond has struck out once today. It is a gorgeous day at the ballpark. It started out as a clear day. Some clouds have filtered into the area, but nothing ominous. The 2-out toss delivered over the middle. Oliveros ahead 0-1. A run on 3 base hits for the Blue Crabs. A run on 4 base hits for the Bluefish. We're in the top of the 3rd. The third baseman Padgett leans back as the pitch had to be blocked in the dirt before Redmond, or rather Gathright, tried to take off. 1 ball and 1 strike. Prentice Redmond, quite a high average this season, 308. A homer and 6 ribbies. Heading into this game, he's 0 for 1 in this contest as his bat crossed the strike zone as he tried to check his swing on an outside delivery. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Went for the delivery, the package was not there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Infielders playing at least halfway back, especially at the corners, and then on the back end on 1 hop by Paz. He throws across, and it could not be scooped up by David Espinoza. The run scores as the ball gets away. Believe that will be an E5 for Prentice Redmond as he reaches no RBI as Gathright comes to the plate. The Bluefish have their first lead. It's 2-1. The ball was blocked down by Padgett on the backhand, came back from the seat of his pants to recover the ball and threw across. It hopped in the grass, and Espinoza had plenty of trouble handling the ball. You wonder if Casey Benjamin was there, whether or not he would have had an opportunity to corral it, but it is an error for the squad as Oliveros' fastball is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. And this is exactly what Southern Maryland has fallen into. Whenever they commit errors, it costs them dearly because their offense has not been able to produce runs this season. Count runs to 2 balls and no strikes. Colin DeLome picked up a double in the 2nd inning. So he's 1 for 1 today. Next pitch is grounded right to first, handled by Espinoza. He scampers to the bag and touches for the final out of the frame. But the Bluefish respond to Southern Maryland's offense with 2 runs in the 3rd inning. They collect those 2 runs on 2 base hits. A runner is left on at the end of 2.5. 2-1 Bluefish on top of the Blue Crabs. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back after this.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark in Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the 3rd base side of the concourse level at the ballpark in Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark in Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend you've never had. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents, 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details on winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com.
Richard Giannotti steps up for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bridgeport has a 2-1 lead. First pitch from Isaac Hess is a fastball inside as Giannotti showed bunt with Ramon Vasquez charging in. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 earned run to Oliveros. No RBI. That's the official ruling for last frame as the pitch is grounded sharply in the hole to short. Fielding on the move, Eddie Rogers. The long throw crosses off the first base bag, and Peterson saves Rogers from an error as it's an infield single for Giannotti. So Richard Giannotti is on base. Very difficult to get any base runner, especially when the ball is hit that slowly towards the shortstop 3rd base hole. And all Eddie Rogers could do was fire as his momentum was carrying him towards foul ground. With nobody out and a runner on, it sets up Paco Figueroa. By the way, on the attempted inside the park home run, it was an 8-9 to 4-2, the official ruling, instead of 9-4-2. As Paco Figueroa moves forward, He has 5 hits in his last 6 at-bats against the Bluefish, including yesterday, and he's reached base 8 out of the last 9 times. The only one, which was the last at-bat yesterday, is a throw to first is non-time. The only time he did not reach was his last at-bat in the 8th inning on a 4-3 ground ball that ended any possibility of the Blue Crabs scoring in the 8th. First pitch on its way for Isaac Hetz. Love settles at the chest, set, and deals a fastball outside, 1 ball, no strikes. But after Paco Figueroa reached base, sacrificed by Vu, but 2 unproductive outs, following the stolen base and then the sacrifice. 1 ball and no strikes. Left-hander pins his elbows down. He lifts his leg and decides to throw to first to check on Giannotti because he knows Giannotti has the ability to steal some bags. Finale of the 4-game series. Clouds have begin to roll in. You wonder if there's a chance at an isolated thunderstorm this afternoon, though 1-0 is high, 2 balls, no strikes. We're not expecting rain here, although those popcorn thunderstorms look like kernels of corn or the popcorn just sits in one area and is able to envelop much between a 5 and a 10 mile radius. Of course, it's not in all areas. It'll just pass by, and perhaps it'll go north or even south of here. 2-0 is served high in the air to shallow right field on the move. Brandon Redmond, he has to play it on a hop as he's unable to get Richard Giannotti at second. Giannotti was playing halfway, anticipating the ball would drop. So an excellent read by the corner outfielder. Runners at first and second on back-to-back singles. Paco Figueroa has reached base 9 out of the last 10 times. That one, not Hess's fault necessarily, hit that right off the end of the bat in a decent location as Chin-Lung Hu moves forward. It seems as if every time the Bluefish have a response to the Blue Crabs offense, Southern Maryland comes right back with a flurry on the offensive side. There never seems to be a stoppage of the bleeding from the Bluefish pitching staff whenever the team scores a run, especially against this squad. Maybe not against Long Island. That certainly happened against the Ducks, and it happened on occasion against the River Sharks as the pitch winds inside, 1 ball and no strikes. And against York, the pitcher was able to stop the bleeding to a degree. But in that ballpark, it's very difficult to pitch. The 1-0. Swung on and fisted out towards left center field on the move. Gathright, he dives and comes up with the baseball. He's slow to get up as he just flicks the ball in. You wonder if there is something wrong with his wrist. He waves off the trainer and waves off Willie Upshaw. Boy, that was a tenuous play by Gathright. A major test to his durability after it appeared he injured himself on the Matt Padgett triple just to the right of center. So Chin-Lung Hu flies out to center on the dive by Gathright. It sets up David Espinoza. The first baseman is 0 for 1 in the game. He popped out to first. The next pitch from Hess is a curveball landing over the middle of the plate, 0-1. Several pitchers in Major League Baseball show 5 or 6 different pitches over the course of their career, but they will only use 2 or 3 during a given day because those are their best. That's what they feel confident with. As the 0-1's blocked by Luis Rodriguez, he decides to get the runner in a rundown. Rodriguez pointing to throw to second, and they have the runner between first and second, and the play's made. The throw comes home. It's in time. The runner's gunned out. What a play by Luis Rodriguez. He made sure to handle the runner going to third base on the attempted double steal. He had Paco Figueroa in the middle of a rundown as he threw the ball at second base just in the nick of time with Eddie Rogers covering. He threw the ball back to Brock Peterson, who eventually tagged him out. Then Brock fired home to get the trailing runner, Richard Giannotti. Southern Maryland does not score. At the end of 3, Bridgeport still leads 2-1. What a wild sequence of events. We'll try to describe that even more after the break on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Succulent filet mignon, scrumptious semi-Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot, and the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy.
What a wild sequence of events. The official ruling was a wild pitch that allowed Richard Giannotti to move up to third base. Paco Figueroa was caught in a rundown. The throw came to the second baseman, Pedro Lopez. Lopez, according to the official score, tagged out the base runner through home as the pitch swung on the ground, 2 hops to short, handled by Paco Figueroa and delivers to first. Brock Peterson records the first out on the 6-3 one away. Even though it appeared that Pedro Lopez threw the ball once to Brock to eventually tag the runner out, and then Brock Peterson went home. But the official ruling to this point, 2-4 and then 4-2. David Espinoza, boy, that was a strange play during his at bat, and he'll lead off the inning because of that wild play, pitch right on the inside but misses the corner. 1 ball, no strikes. So Richard Giannotti was thrown out at home, and Paco Figueroa caught in the middle of a rundown. 1-0. Fastball guided inside the count. 2 balls and no strikes. And great leadership displayed by Luis Rodriguez. He pump faked to second first because he wanted to see if the runner would freeze as the pitch is lined base hit into right field. Ramon Vasquez is 2 for 2 on the day. Pair of singles. He's on with 1 man out for Luis Rodriguez, who was arguably the most important player in that inning. He pump faked to second. The runner at third base faked a break home. That was Richard Giannotti. And then moved back as soon as Rodriguez looked him out and then threw to second base. Pedro Lopez looked at third as he was tracking down Paco Figueroa, and then threw to Brock Peterson as the pitches swung on and lifted foul to the right. No balls and 1 strike. Threw to Brock Peterson, who then applied the tag, looked home, and fired a dart right to Luis Rodriguez. No chance for Giannotti, as Rodriguez had it in plenty of time. Do not know how often you practice that play, but at this time officially 2-4, 4-2. The 0-1 inside to Louis. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that kind of defensive leadership is the same kind that he practiced on an everyday basis, learning valuable lessons as he grew up through the affiliated ranks Made it all the way to AAA baseball and part of 9 spring training teams. Pitch fouled off to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He has never made it to big league baseball, but the way that he calls the game, guides the pitching staff, and throws out base runners, you wonder why he was never given that opportunity. A very active individual, and catcher perhaps is the most active individual on the team except for the pitcher, who commands the ball. The 1-2 swung line snagged by Oliveros. Double play as Ramon Vasquez could not help it. He was going on contact, and a ball, a diving stop by Oliveros to record the DP. It counts as a 1-3, L1-3 to end the inning. No runs, 1 base hit, no one left on base. At the end of 3.5, Bridgeport maintains a 2-1 advantage. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, New York, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
Fastball. Always try to work on my fastball, and I feel like I threw about 80% fastballs last night. Throwing my best, I'm using the fastball the majority of the game, and pitching off that, having confidence in the fastball.
Bridgeport and Southern Maryland battling in another low-scoring game. The other 2 contests went into extra innings. The first 2 taken by the Bluefish, and then yesterday's contest played by the Blue Crab. No more than 6 runs have been scored in any game in this series. And Bridgeport's pitching has stood tall, and their defense at times has been very good. As the first pitch is on the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. It's been especially sharp today with the way that they've been having to deal with a couple of unusual situations as the fastball turns inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Almost the near inside the park home run relay, as well as the last inning, the 2-4-4-2 as the pitcher swung on it and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. David Espinoza is followed by Brian Barton and Mike Daniel, 3, 4, and 5 for the Blue Crabs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infielders playing back, outfielders playing straight away. Next offering is pulled foul down the left field line, right near the light fixture as he went high and nearly lands on one of the fans walking by close to the Legend Club. The fans flocking for the baseball to try to grab it. And one of them will eventually wind up with it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The ball may have continued to roll before someone finally ends up with that ball. The 1-2 is stroked into left field, driving towards the corner, and unable to play it is Kennard Jones. He'll have to get it on a hop. The throw comes to shortstop Rogers. It is a leadoff double for Mr. Espinoza. With the runner at second base, Brian Barton moves forward. Even though there is not nearly as much real estate in left field as there would be in right center field, it still was a tailing line drive from Espinoza, and he put that power on display yesterday He had a similar looking double to left and left center field in yesterday's ball game, which included an RBI. Brian Barton is the next hitter in the bottom of the fourth. Bridgeport with a 2-1 lead. Third baseman Ramon Vasquez drifts in as Barton hacks at a pitch outside, 0-1 as he fouled it down the right field line. Prentice Redmond, Joey Guthrie, and Kennard Jones in the outfield. There's not nearly as much room in left center field as there is in right center, even though they're playing relatively straight away. Plenty of room to pull the baseball for Brian Barton. The 0-1, Bart Schoen pulled back. No strike, according to Mike Terry, the home plate umpire. 1 ball and 1 strike. The trivia question for today. When was the last time that the Bluefish won a series in Southern Maryland? When was the last time the Bluefish won a series in Southern Maryland? You can send an email to perrym86@gmail.com. You can also follow me on Twitter, JustMePMiles. That's JustMePMiles. And it has been a little bit of time. And then if you want the bonus question, how many series have the Bluefish won at Regency Furniture Stadium? That's an even better question. If you bring 2 parts to the answer, I'll provide you with a courtesy gift. Low 1-1, swung on and missed, a ball and 2 strikes. The last time that the Bluefish had won a series against Southern Maryland. And how many series have the Bluefish won at this ballpark in their history? The 1-2. Chopped into the ground to third. Vasquez could not play. Isaac Hess has to eat the ball. It's an infield single on the high chopper. Brian Barton has way too much speed, and the gift might be out to lunch or dinner, whatever it is. Answer the question, perrym86@gmail.com. The first person to answer both questions correctly will get a free lunch or free dinner. Here comes Mike Daniel. Daniel with a home run in the second inning. The right fielder crushed the ball toward right center as Southern Maryland comes to the plate one more time. Plenty of action last night in the Atlantic League. The only one that was rained out was the Long Island-York matchup at Bethpage Ballpark, as a throw to first from Hess is not in time. Somerset won their game. Lancaster remains a game back in the standings. Sugarland, they've lost 5 consecutive contests. And nothing's been pretty for them. Next offering, fastball high. Count at 1 ball and no strikes. Sugarland 4-9, York 3-8. They're tied for the worst mark in the league, even though Sugarland by percentage points ahead of York. The 1-0, but a throw to first comes first. Plenty of action last night in the Major League game, including the Yankees. They gave up 4 runs in the 9th inning to lose 4-1. David Robertson replacing Mariano Rivera due to that ACL injury he had, that torn meniscus in his knee, as the pitch winds to the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. I apologize. Let's not forget about last night's hockey game in Washington, which is where we're located near. Caps and Rangers. Rangers lost that game by a score of 2-1 as another throw to first. In time, Holtby played lights out last night for the Caps, the goaltender. The Rangers scored with about 50 seconds to go in regulation, but could not put the second one home. Caps scored a goal. Alexander Ovechkin got on the board as well. And Caps seem to give the Rangers a hard time the same way that the Blue Crabs are giving the Bluefish a difficult run for their money. Pitches outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners, at least that's what the scoreboard indicates. And it's Hess ready to go. Elbows jutted down, glove out in front. Pitch, curveball swung on and fouled off. And the umpire will make an indication what the count is. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just indicated the full count. Now the scoreboard indicating 2 balls and 2 strikes. Daniel waits for another throw to first. It seems as if Hess is more preoccupied with Brian Barton stealing second, getting scoring position with less than 2 out. 2-2 on its way from Hess. He unleashes. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Mike Daniel goes down swinging. And with 1 away, it sets Christian Lopez to the plate. It is 11:48 Eastern Standard Time due to Michael Schlock starting the game and being on a limited pitch count, perhaps only 1 inning of work. The Blue Crabs' right-handed pitcher was out after that inning. Oliveros entered. Right now, he's the pitcher of record along with Isaac Hess. Christian Lopez struck out in his first at bat. He stares in at Hess as Hess reciprocates with the catcher. The 1-out toss swung on and fouled off at the plate. Barton must retreat. He nearly had that base stolen. Luis Rodriguez is an outstanding caller of the game. Last year, he threw out more than 41% of potential base stealers. This season, it's not that his throws are not accurate, but the pitchers are getting stolen off of quite effectively. Rodriguez now 0 for 9 in throwing out base runners. The 0-1, swung on and served toward second. Lopez gathers, flips the second one. Rogers to first. Peterson dives and grabs it and holds his cleat onto the bag for the final out of the frame. Christian Lopez beside himself. He could not believe the call that was made, and neither could Travis Garcia. The first base coach is Patrick Osborne, scampered to the first base side to make his case for his team. But the 4-6-3 double play ends the inning. No run score on 2 base hits. A runner left on at the end of 4. Bridgeport still has a 2-1 lead. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Through states begins 5/112 and ends 8/112. For details on weather and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
With the
You can hear the boisterous crowd at Regency Furniture Stadium, littered with children on this school day between the Bluefish and the Blue Crabs. Bridgeport owns a 2-1 lead going to the top half of the 5th inning as Pedro Lopez steps up. He's followed by Eddie Rogers and Joey Gathright. The first pitch lands low, 1 ball and no strikes. A solo shot for Southern Maryland in second from Mike Daniel, accounting for that team's only run as the next pitch drifts high, 2 balls and no strikes. In the 3rd inning, Bridgeport responded. Lopez with a leadoff single to center. Joey Gathright with a double down the right field line with 1 man out as the 2-ball pitch is outside, running it to 3-0. Followed by a sacrifice fly by Kennard Jones that sent both runners up a base. With Gathright at third, Prentice Redmond reached on a throwing error by Matt Padgett as the next one served outside, ball 4. So Pedro Lopez walks. He's reached base for the 2nd time in this contest. He had a single in his first at bat. 4 pitches straight out of the zone as Eddie Rogers moves forward. The Blue Crabs desperately need their right-hander Oliveros to eat up some innings because obviously Dan Reichert's not going to be available. Starting pitcher Virgil Vasquez may be on his throw day. Nick Green is most likely going to pitch tomorrow, the 6'4", 200-pounder with solid command. He'll pitch tomorrow. But then you have Brian Doomsnell, who may be available, Charlie Manning, who's pitched often in this series, and Jimmy Warden's confidence is shot. The next pitch, fastball inside, as Lopez took a big turn and tried to fire down to first, but bluffed. Such torque coming from that catcher's shoulder, and apparently Patrick Osborne trying to calm down Oliveros. He has confidence in all of his pitchers. The only one that may not have confidence in himself at this point is Jim Ed Warden and perhaps Richard Giannotti. Entering this game, Rainer Oliveros, no wins and 1 loss, an ERA at 5.79. Everyone else's ERA is below 4, which include a host of zeros from several members of the bullpen. You talk about performance, stout performance. That's what the Blue Crabs have done on the mound every time. Butch Hobson's usually the one that recruits the players, and in Southern Maryland, that plenty of the pitchers are courtesy of Hobson as the pitch is inside. 2 balls, no strikes, 6 straight to start the inning out of the zone. Eddie Rogers is 0 for 1. Will he be given the green light? The 2-0. Fastball misfired high. 7 out of the zone. Joey Gathright waits on deck. You wonder if the Bluefish are going to let one go, and there it is, strike 1. First strike of the inning, provided to Eddie Rogers. From Oliveros, there was somebody doing stretches down the left field line. Cannot see the jersey number at this point. That's starting to get loose for Southern Maryland. A 3-1, low ball 4. 8 out of the 9 out of the zone. Consecutive walks from Oliveros. Patrick Osborne may not have too much patience from this time forward. Talk about guys who do not have that much patience. Butch Hobson, unless he has some outstanding starting pitching, he'll have a quick hook every time as the third baseman Matt Padgett quickly utters a couple of words to his pitcher. Perhaps the plan is for Joey Gathright to bunt the runners in scoring position. Whenever Bridgeport has done that, they've usually scored the run. This year, it's been highly effective. The sacrifice, and either the sacrifice fly or the single following that. Gathright shows bunt. Fastball's outside. The throw to second in time. That's the second mental mistake that the Bluefish have made. And Christian Lopez shows off his cannon as Pedro Lopez is gunned. 2-6. Even though Oliveros has been erratic in this inning. That out may boost his confidence a bit. Bluefish seem to be on their way to taking every pitch. Gathright now will not bunt. He'll swing away, as the next offering is a curveball landing on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. That was perhaps a rally killer from Pedro Lopez. Colin DeLome made a similar error between trying to bolt home earlier in the game as the pitch is grounded sharply to first. Handled, the throw goes into left field. Scooting over to third base, Eddie Rogers. It's a fielder's choice, E3 on the play. David Espinoza just ripped the throw into left field. As Eddie Rogers moves all the way to third, Kennard Jones stepping up to the plate. That could have been a double play. It was hit on one hop to Espinoza, a quick turn, but the throw was errant. 1 away, Bluefish looking to tack on some more runs. 5 base hits in the game for the Fish, 7 for the Blue Crabs. It's a 2-1 Bridgeport lead. Kennard Jones waggles the bat, has an open stance, and lets a first pitch fastball go to the outside corner 0-1. The Blue Crabs already have more errors in this game than they had last night, and they've matched their whole error total today for the first 3 games in this series. The 0-1. Swung on line, base hit right field. Run comes in as Eddie Rogers goes to the plate. It is a 3-1 ball game and an RBI single by Kennard Jones. It was all facilitated by a couple of leadoff walks. Eventually, Pedro Lopez was gunned at second base by Lopez on a pitch that was outside. But Kennard Jones makes Oliveros pay. And that means that there may be 1 or even 2 pitchers getting up for the Blue Crabs out of their bullpen to start stretching as one of them begins to tie their shoelaces. Charlie Manning is the one that emerges from the bullpen bench. 1 out toss outside. 1 ball and no strikes. This is the first time that the Bluefish have really broken through against any Bluefish hurler other than Jim Ed Warden. Really broken through. Yes, assisted by a couple of errors, but they're hitting the ball much better against Oliveros. The next one is Scott in the air to right field. Backpedaling for a moment, Mike Daniel. He makes the call and the catch as he guns it over to the shortstop, Paco Figueroa, cutting it off. And with 2 away on the F9, brings Colin DeLome to the dish. Charlie Manning the other day, a couple of scoreless innings, and last night picked up the victory for Southern Maryland as he completed the 7th. So 2 straight scoreless appearances against the Bluefish and 5 total shutout innings from the Southpaw. If there's any more trouble, you would think Manning would enter the game as Colin DeLome steps out. First pitch swung on him, lifted high in the air to deep right. Going back is Daniel. He's nearing the track. He's at the wall, and that ball hops off the wall. DeLome rounds second. He will have to stay there, but 2 runs come to the plate on a 2-run double by Mr. DeLome. The Bluefish have opened up the game. It's 5-1. That ball was a long line drive from DeLome. It fell towards the warning track. Daniel misplayed it to a degree. He did not realize how far the ball was carrying. It was the first time that a left-handed hitter had actually struck the ball towards his direction, that going that of a line drive than anything else. 5-1 Bluefish, a 3 spot in the frame as Oliveros must deal with Brock Peterson. First pitch. Fastball on the outside corner on 1. A big inning for the Fish. A 3 spot. A 5-1 margin. Are they able to extend it with a runner in scoring position? Next offering. Swung on and missed. Whiffed at what appeared to be a slider. Count runs to no balls and 2 strikes. You wonder how many of those runs are earned. After all, the third out would have been recorded by Prentice Redmond. Instead, the E6 would have extended the inning hypothetically. The 0-2. Pop foul. That curveball was supposed to be outside to where Christian Lopez was setting up. That ball hung, and Peterson just missed it. 0-2 the count. The third baseman, Padgett, playing about 3/4 of the way back. Middle of the diamond, playing at the lip of the outfield grass. David Espinosa about 3/4 of the way back. So Oliveros has been touched up for 5 runs as the next pitch dives inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Most of those runs are not his fault. They're not going to account on his ERA, but they will show up for the total number that he has allowed. I believe there are no earned runs on his resume, except for the one that scored in the 3rd inning on the sacrifice fly. Game should be 1-1, but the 2 errors cost the Blue Crabs 4 runs. The 1-2 well outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And any runs hereafter will not go against Oliveros and his ERA. Brock Peterson steps out for a moment, and the same could be said for Oliveros. Schlock had 1 scoreless inning, giving an opportunity. 70-75 pitch count for Oliveros. The next one is skied in the air down the third base line, giving chase the third baseman Padgett. He's leaning toward the bench, and the wind may have carried it out of play about 5 rows back. It appeared at first it was going towards the Blue Crabs dugout, maybe a few steps away. Then the wind just kept on driving it toward the stands. Playing a big impact today. Ball whipping out towards center and right center. Few of those baseballs getting some extra oomph. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oliveros peers in. Gets the signal. 2-2. Skied high in the air down the left field line. The third baseman, Padgett, trying to track it down. The shortstop's there. The ball falls as 2 collide into each other. Brock Peterson trying to go to third. The throw goes towards the catcher. I believe it's going to be a triple, and there might be somebody hurt. The wind is causing all kinds of problems, and the sunshine is causing all kinds of problems today. That ball, on a normal day, probably would have landed on the infield, but it took the shortstop Paco Figueroa, the third baseman Matt Padgett, and the left fielder Richard Giannotti about halfway between the lip of the outfield grass and the warning track. And that ball just scooted in. It went in and out of the glove, I believe, of the shortstop Paco Figueroa, who was tripped up. One person's legs were taken out by the body, and in football, it always seems to be a dangerous play. The idea of one person going up high, the other person going low. It's called a chop block, and it's a 15-yard penalty and a potentially finable penalty. In baseball, teammates running into each other, I do not know if there's a way to really communicate out there to be able to play that ball. Bridgeport does score a run on the triple. As Peterson slid into third, the throw was low. I believe Padgett might have been the one to have recovered the baseball deep into left and threw the ball to Michael Schlock, or rather, Oliveros covering at third base. The throw was low and recovered on the backup by Christian Lopez. Oliveros' day is over. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. We'll be back right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniform? uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots. Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold the commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, New York, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Charlie Manning is in the game, and it is believed that Oliveros, 5 out of the 6 runs that he allowed were unearned runs. So he now stands to be the losing pitcher. He's the pitcher of record. He cannot win it. He can only lose it. As he took over in the second inning, 2 2/3 innings of baseball. No, 3 2/3 innings of baseball. As the first pitch from Manning is a check swing. Appeared to be a foul ball as it may have nicked Ramon Vasquez's bat. No balls and 1 strike. That is a triple to shallow left on the convergence between 3 players, 2 of which appeared to be hurt on the play and hobbled before they were able to get up. The shortstop and the corner outfielder Giannotti were involved as the pitch settles low. You count 1 ball and 1 strike. The only way you could really tell is the way that each of them was angling. Padgett tried to go to the left field line. He misplayed it. And then the shortstop was upended by his own defender on the slide as the next pitch is outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. And when you do not embrace, when you do not communicate, and the shortstop's not expecting the corner outfielder to really make the play, and then he comes suddenly, it can cause a freakish injury. Look at the players that have hurt themselves in big league baseball. 2-1 upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike. Carlos Beltran a few years back. Fortunately for the St. Louis Cardinals, he's recovered. But you look at so many of the injuries. Mike Cameron. Just a plethora of players that are on that list of those who got injured trying to track down that in-between foul ball, or the in-between pop fly ball, as the next one is lifted foul down the right field line. 3 balls, 2 strikes. What an interesting game today. Some of these plays you cannot script. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. A 6-1 ball game. Bridgeport with a 4 spot in this inning. All of them unearned. Pitch. Spiked foul down the left field line, out of play. Right near the tower station, and holds up another set of light fixtures. With Schlock only pitching 1 inning, worked as many innings as the 3-2 works inside for ball 4. And Ramon Vasquez goes to first base. Luis Rodriguez represents the 9th batter coming up in the order. To this point, 3 walks and 3 hits. One of them was a 2-run triple from Colin Delhomme, and one was a pop fly triple to shallow left. 2 players took each other out. Lots of space for the third baseman Padgett to cover as Luis Rodriguez moves forward. He's 0 for 2 today. This is the most number of runs that the Bluefish have scored in the regularly scheduled innings, as the first pitch is on the outside corner on 1, since the York Revolution series when they beat the snot out of Junior Navoa and Omar Javier. The 2 starters for the Revolution in the first 2 games of that series. 0-1. Rodriguez takes a fastball high, and more bullpen action from Southern Maryland. Boy, Osborne just trying to will his team with the number of pitchers. Count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 men out. I do not believe I have ever seen a game quite like this, where there is an inside the park home run with attempt where the runner is thrown out. The 1-1 is inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Combined with what Luis Rodriguez defensively did in the 3rd inning, with 4 unearned runs and 5 unearned runs total, 4 unearned runs in an inning. Not to mention a pop fly triple that drives in a run on the collision. 2 triples, back-to-back triples from Delhomme and Peterson. That is a strange ball game by any standard. The 2-1 grounded softly towards 3rd. And that's why many baseball purists feel that the game is this special. It has this elegance about that anything could really happen, because no player is ever perfect. The best hitters are going to hit in the 300s or 400s and still fail anywhere between 60 and 70% of the time at the plate and give up runs. As the 2-2 is outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at first base, Ramon Vasquez, will take off. Runner at 3rd base, though, Brock Peterson, he does not need to go anywhere. The 3-2 on its way from Charlie Manning. He sets and delivers. Swung on and drilled into deep left center field. No chance for Giannotti. That ball is gone! 3-run shot. Luis Rodriguez into left center field, just to the right of the tall wall, where the wall becomes shorter, near the Krabby Cove. I'm sure someone got a splash there. Luis Rodriguez dives into the pool. It's a 9-1 ball game. Luis Rodriguez punishes it. It is his first home run this season. And the Bluefish open up the game. All of these runs are unearned, as Pedro Lopez moves forward. He walked earlier in the inning. Next pitch is over the middle of the plate for a strike. Luis Rodriguez grounded into a double play to end the 4th. Pedro Lopez walked as the throw to first, rather not the throw to first, the check swing went through the zone. The count at no balls and 1 strike right now on the board. I believe it is 1 strike. Pedro Lopez has gotten on base twice, but he was also caught off guard earlier in the inning as he takes strike 3. So it was an 0-2 pitch. He strikes out staring, and the Bluefish are done in the 5th, but they score 7 runs on 2 triples, a homer, and a single. They had 4 hits in the inning, and they walked 3 times. At the end of 4 1/2, the Bluefish have a commanding 9-1 advantage. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, baseball bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to bridgeportbluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of BB's Snappers Club.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour of every glass of plug. However you punch it, it's never tied. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Isaac Hess would be in line for the victory if he was to complete the 5th inning. It is the bottom of the 5th. The first pitch is on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike to Matt Padgett. Padgett hit a triple to center field, but was gunned out at the plate trying to score on an inside the park home run. The next offering tails outside. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. 8-9-4-2 was the official ruling on that play. The 1-1 grounded towards second. Pedro Lopez shuffles his feet towards the first base line and makes the throw to first. 1 away. 4-3 for Padgett. It brings up Jeremy Owens. What a big inning for the Bluefish. A 2-run triple by Colin DeLome, an RBI pop fly triple by Brock Peterson, and then a 3-run jack. That accounts for 6 of the 7 tallies. The only other RBI in that inning was to Kennard Jones. And Joey Gathright, reaching on an error by the shortstop, Paco Figueroa, definitely opened up the game. The 1-out toss is swung on and missed by Jeremy Owens. No balls and 1 strike. The kids were enthusiastic earlier in the game. They're still rooting for their ball club, even though that team is down by 8. They're still enjoying themselves at the ballpark, finding a few different activities at this venue. There's the Krabby Cove. Everyone's near the pool. They want to get a shot at the boats. Next offering, over the middle of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes to the curve. And it appears as if Charlie Manning may also have his work over with after that, as the pitch is swung on and lined on the left field line, but it careens off the Legends Club facade and over towards the catwalk well beyond the left field area. Several kids running for the baseball, and the ball eventually ricocheted down to the parking lot. Some of the fans even watching the game from dead left center field. It's a great view as the pitch is swung on and fouled off the netting. Nearly went to the broadcast booth. It hit off the top of the netting. A little bit more arc. It would have gotten up here. Question is, what would have happened to the window, or would it have gone into the broadcast booth? No balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch, curveball away, 1 ball and 2 punches. Bridgeport scored 7 runs in the 5th, 2 in the 3rd. Blue Crab's only run came in the 2nd as Owens skies the ball into the air to the middle of the diamond. The shortstop just to the left of the second base bag. Eddie Rogers makes the catch. 2 away on the P6. Plenty of communication between the Bluefish. There's not been nearly as much of that with Southern Maryland today. They committed 2 errors. And the Bluefish finally can breathe a little bit easier because their offense came up huge in that frame to toss. Fastball up, 1 ball, no strikes. It was all facilitated, though, by Southern Maryland's defense. If you're going to credit the offense, you also need to tell the story about how the defense allowed that as well, as the next offering is on the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Giannotti 1 for 1 with a single in the third. Giannotti's played plenty of affiliated baseball in his career with his speed and defensive aptitude. And he's not shown much of a propensity to hit very well in this league as he takes another strike on the inside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giannotti yesterday was 0 for 4. He is 2 for 12 in the series. Next offering. Swung on and missed. Make it 2 out of 13 for Richard Giannotti as he goes down swinging. The Bluefish end the 5th on a 1-2-3. End of 5. Bridgeport owns a 9-1 lead. We'll be back right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark in Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own. Browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 2 Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Switch states between 5-1-12 and N-1-12. For details on the winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bluefish Baseball are back. Bluefish Baseball is back on the Bluefish broadcast. We do have a couple of other issues to talk about. One little correction, and this is definitely a rule thanks to Paul Herman, the PR director for the Bluefish, as the first pitch is nubbed foul to the right. No balls and 1 strike. The 2 runs that Charlie Manning allowed are actually earned against him, but unearned against the team, because it is a personal responsibility as opposed to a team responsibility. The team should have recorded the 3rd out of the frame before any of that unfolded. If a new pitcher enters the game during any inning, any base runner he is allowed is his responsibility. As the pitch is skied in the air, foul down the third base side. The catcher, Christian Lopez, nearly got back-ended by Matt Padgett, and that is the 2nd or 3rd close play that has nearly resulted in injury. There is no communication between the Blue Crabs today, or very little of that, as they seem to be running into each other. It's almost like scattered molecules in the science theory. Molecules getting together, positive and negative, coming together for neutral, but this 2 positives, 2 negatives don't attract. Both players going after the baseball with the confidence, and they're both going after the same ball, could lead to a collision. After the PF2, the First pitch lands on the outside corner, 0-1. So thanks to Paul Herman for that clarification. Despite that anything happened in the previous pitcher, Charlie Manning is credited with 2 earned runs. It restarts the process. The 0-1 slides low, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Bluefish 9 and the Blue Crabs 1. 3-run homer by Luis Rodriguez to open up the game, and that pitch just sent right back to the mound, and the throw to first is in plenty of time, as it's Daniel Suarez on the hill, not Daniel LaGuardia. Daniel Suarez was the pitcher yesterday. It was corrected afterwards, but the roster indicated Daniel LaGuardia instead of Daniel Suarez. Suarez 5'11", 200 pounds. Threw a shutout inning yesterday as one of the only pitchers to have not performed 2 straight days for this Blue Crab ball club. They're expending a lot of energy with their pitching staff as the check swing did not go through the zone. Count no ball, or 1 ball rather, and no strikes. So this call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. The former Rochester Red Wing induces a ground ball to first, handled by Espinoza as he sprints to the bag and touches for the final out of the frame. The first 1-2-3 inning for the Bluefish all day long. They lead by 8 heading to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Renegade Plaza is not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best friend. Here's what YP.com is getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are ways to search and have no ways to find exactly what you're wearing. Yellow pages, YP.com, YP.com on your phone, or like an AT&T.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious semi-Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot from the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Bluefish Baseball is back on the air. Bridgeport with a 9-1 lead, as the rule is such: when pitchers are changed during an inning, the relief pitcher shall not have the benefit of previous chances for outs not accepted in determining runs. Rule 10.16 Part 1 with 1, 2, and 3. So based on Rule 10.16, to charge a relief pitcher with earned runs for which such a relief pitcher is solely responsible. That's the clarification of the rule, something that I learned today as the first pitch lines up with the inside corner 0-1. So Charlie Manning is charged with earned runs while Oliveros is not. The next pitch dives low, 1 ball and 1 strike. But as a team, it does not count against the ERA, which means that if the numbers don't add up the right way, when you do the mathematical calculation, sure, there will be a slight difference. The 1-1 tails away, 2 balls and 1 strike. Let's say Manning gives up 8 earned runs this year. Those 8 runs will make maybe 2 or 3/10 of an earned run difference toward the overall ERA as the pitch is grounded sharply past the dive of Brock Peterson into right field for a base hit. Brentis Redmond fields the ball in. A leadoff single for Paco Figueroa. He's done his job. He's getting on base. He's 3 for 3. It's everyone else that's not done as well. Just 4 hits after his spot in the order. Chin-Lung Hu moves forward, the former Met and Dodger player. He's played second base on this team. He has 2 at-bats. One of them counts officially as the first pitch lines up to the inside corner, 0-1. The trivia question is, how many series have the Bluefish defeated the Blue Crabs at this venue? How many series have they won at this venue? When was the last time they did it? As the next pitch is served, foul down the right field line, no balls and 2 strikes. Last time they won a series at this venue was the last one in 2011, 2 out of 3 for the Bluefish at Regency Furniture Stadium. In 2010, the best that they could do was split a 4-game series as the 0-2 is swung on in line. Base hit towards right center field. Chin-Lung Hu comes up with a single, his first hit of the game. The Bluefish were 4 and 6 at Regency Furniture as Bridgeport lost 2 out of 3 in each of the, to my knowledge. But they really have not done well this venue. Runners at first and second for David Espinoza with a double on his resume as the pitch is grounded foul. Slowly hit down the third base side. No balls and 1 strike. 9-1 cushion for the Bluefish. And the fans enjoying themselves as much as they possibly can for a game like this. One that the home team is not on top. The 0-1. Rounded softly to third. Scooped up by Vasquez. Goes to third, walk. On to first. Double play. 6-3. Vasquez collected the baseball. Sprinted on his way on an arc to third before he rifled it over to first to complete the DP. Chin-Lung Hu moves over to second, but Paco Figueroa eliminated. A runner in scoring position for Brian Barton. Boy, is Hess strong today. He's been able to escape jams. The Bluefish have loved his ability from day one. Willie Upshaw, Bob Gaughan, the manager and general manager, speak highly of this southpaw as the first pitch to Barton is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. And it appears as if Jim Warden is going to be heading into the game in the 7th. Maybe to get his confidence up a little bit as the fastball is elevated. 2 balls and no strikes. 5 2/3 innings of 1-run baseball to this point. Runner at second base for the Blue Crabs. As the southpaw set at the belt. Next offering, swung on and missed. High cheese. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nine hits in the game for the Blue Crabs. But they have not had any other base runners as Barton fouls it off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Between 2 double play balls, which have eliminated a couple of base runners and has allowed Hess to extend himself in this game, and with some fine defensive work from the Bluefish today, it has allowed for him to stay in as the pitch is lined. Base hit right field. Redmond charges in. The runner's being waved home. The throw is cut off, and Peterson has Brian Barton in a rundown in a 9-2 game. He's tagged out as the inning comes to a close. Why Barton was moving on to second base with a 9-2 deficit is beyond me. That was not a wise play. It's an RBI single by Barton, but he is tagged out as the inning comes to a close. Does Blue Crab score a run on 3 base hits? They do not leave anyone out because of the rundown at the end of 6. Bridgeport up 9-2. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark in Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happens. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/12 and ends 8/12. For details, how to enter and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It is Jimmy Warden at the hill as he takes on 2, 3, and 4 in the Bluefish order, or rather 3, 4, and 5 in the Bluefish order, as it is Prentice, Redmond, Colin DeLome, and Brock Peterson. The first pitch lands on the inside corner, 0-1. There are plenty of games taking place this afternoon in the Atlantic League, but most of them not taking place this morning. We will give you a quick update as to when those games are going to unfold, as the next pitch from Ed Warden is on the outside corner, 0-2. Jim Ed Warden has been brutal. Taking a look at his numbers. 1 win, 3 losses, an ERA of 29.25. The 0-2 way outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ed Warden, 6 games, 4 innings, 13 earned runs allowed, 13 hits and 5 walks. Opponents hitting .565 against the right-hander. Let's not forget, he entered in the 10th inning of Tuesday night's game and gave up 3 runs, though 1-2 well outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is he just taking a long period of time to adjust, or is this the end of the road for Ed Warden after he dominated AA and AAA with his power stuff, the fastball and the sliders? The pitch is stroked down the right field line, drifting towards the corner but unable to get it. It's a foul ball. Mike Daniels chasing it down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Everyone seems to be getting a big cut in against Ed Warden, unlike what he used to be. Maybe the pitches are staying up. He's not following through as well. You wonder what the problem is with Ed Warden as he stands on the first base side of the rubber. Glove settled down, pitch on its way, and it appeared he went over the top, maybe with a curveball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A little strange from Ed Warden. Deciding to go away from his 3/4 pitch for a moment. 3-2. Swung on and lined into right center field. His struggles continue. It's a base hit for Prentice Redmond. Everyone is hitting him. What more can you say if you're Pat Osborne? He was supposed to be your closer, and he led the Atlantic League in saves each of the last 2 years. An all-star in the Atlantic League the last couple of seasons, and look what he's doing. He's leaving fastballs over the middle of the plate about belt high. maybe even high school players could hit his pitching. As the first one dialed up outside, 1 ball and no strikes. You have to wonder whether or not he's going to have a short leash. The Blue Crabs are down by 7. They need some innings. Ed Warden deals. Fastball up. 2 balls and no strikes. And as soon as Prentice Redmond hit that ball, after working the count, the confidence for Ed Warden seemed to be struck down. 2-0 is right on the inside corner for a heater on the fastball. A strike. Said the same thing a couple of times. 2 balls and 1 strike. York and Long Island at 6 o'clock tonight. First part of the doubleheader, and Warden doubles up his fastball, but it misses inside this time around. 3 balls and 1 strike. Sugar Land and Somerset 7:05. Lancaster at Camden, a 7:05 first pitch from Campbell's Field. The 3-1 yanked foul down the right field line, out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Colin DeLome's getting great swings against Jim Ed Warden. Prentice Redmond got a few big cuts. Brock Peterson waits on deck. You wonder what is the matter with Ed Warden. 3-2. Swung on and driven down the right field line. It's tailing towards the corner, but it's a foul ball. It had home run distance. DeLome turned on it, but could not keep it fair. Ed Warden knows how he's struggling and to what extent he is. But his start to the season has just been a nightmare. He stands tall as he brings the glove to his stomach and then steps off. No need at this point for the Bluefish to try to steal bases. They're up by a touchdown and an extra point. 9-2 the score. The 3-2 from Ed Warden. Swung on and missed. DeLome strikes out. He had quite a few big rips at the ball before he was sent down. Brock Peterson moves forward. Couple of noteworthy events tonight and this afternoon. The Texas Rangers and Baltimore Orioles. They'll be playing doubleheader tonight. Josh Hamilton in his last game hit 4 2-run shots. One of the better nights in the history of baseball with the way that he performed. The Yankees and Rays are also tonight, as the next offering is on the outside corner, 0-1. Cleveland and Boston, 7:10 start as well in Beantown. NBA, 3 games tonight. The Knicks were closed out last night by the Miami Heat. Control most of the game as the 0-1 splits away, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Bulls and Sixers from Philadelphia. The Sixers lead the series 3-2. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Hawks and the Boston Celtics take center stage at 8 o'clock with the team from New England leading the series 3-2. The Lakers and Nuggets are at 10:30 tonight. The Lakers lead 3-2. They're hoping to close out. Pitch, cold foul, left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Those are the scores from around the world of Major League Baseball, basketball, and there is no hockey game tonight. Game 7 of the Rangers and Washington Capitals taking place tomorrow, and in all likelihood, Game 1 is going to take place between either Washington and New York or New York and New Jersey as the next one dives away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. If it's New Jersey versus Washington, then the start would be Sunday from the Prudential Center in New Jersey. If the Rangers make it, it's Rangers-Devils from Madison Square Garden, Game 1 on Sunday afternoon. The Bluefish on Sunday will have Mother's Day off. You don't have a game Sunday or Monday as the pitch is stroked into right center field. Pretty well hit. But Mike Daniel has a beat on it and makes the play as he sprinted towards the alley. Well struck by Peterson on the F9. You wonder if Jim Ed Warden has ever had a scoreless inning this season. That's how deplorable his pitching has been. And you wonder if Patrick Osborne is just looking to get a little bit of confidence in his closer. They need him at the back end of games. Cannot always rely on Reichert Vasquez to go complete game shutout against every team. You need your closer. Well, Southern Maryland has played around with a couple of pieces, including Eduardo Moreland as the first pitch dives away. 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Mobley as well, who was utilized in the 9th inning of yesterday's contest and allowed a run as the next offering twists to the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. It was an unearned run because of the pass ball. But ultimately, the Bluefish, they have Jim Warden's number at this point. And they've seen Oliveros as the curveball lands inside. Let's not forget, Michael Schlack had some very good outings against the Bluefish last few opportunities that they've had. 2-1. Swung on and poked down the left field line out of play as it veers towards the Legends Club and falls right near one of the fans. You wonder if someone got plunked. Whatever you do, even if you're walking around the Legends Club, just look up and make sure that no baseball is heading towards you, because you never want to get plunked in the head like Jose Canseco during that famous blooper reel. So Jose Canseco may laugh about it after his career is over, but not during. His pitch is swung on and lifted foul to the left. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ball plunked off his noggin and went over the wall, and it was called a home run because it did not hit the wall and it did not hit the Sky Dome turf. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now called the Rogers, I believe it was in Toronto, the Rogers Center. Now it's called, and they have a multi-purpose facility, including a mall up there in Toronto with indoor and outdoor facilities for baseball. The next offering is inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. One of the players that was a member of the Toronto Blue Jays was Luis Lopez, third baseman for the Fish, who's sitting out today's game, and Bridgeport probably will not need his services as the 3-2 is pulled foul to the first base side. They are, at this point, looking for an opportunity to go on to Camden, and they'll have a busy day tomorrow. 7 o'clock game after an 11 a.m. affair. 11:05 and 7:05 from Campbell's Field tomorrow. 3-2. Pulled down the right field line as it twists towards the corner, but it is a foul ball again. And Warden throwing so many pitches. In asking the question before, did Jim Ed Warden ever have a scoreless inning this year, not allowing a run, because his numbers have been brutal. The 3-2 on its way. Popped up left side of the infield. Christian Lopez leaning towards the dugout. So is the third baseman Pageant, and he dropped the ball. He tried to make the scoop catch, and he dropped it. What is up with Southern Maryland's defense today? They were short-handed over the first 3 games, for the most part. And that one just went in and out of the glove and dropped. You wonder if an error will be credited. But if you look at Jim Ed Warden's stats, he has allowed a run in every game this year. The next offering is grounded slowly to second base, partially bobbled by Who, but he delivers the throw to first base in time to retire the side. Jim Ed Warden picks up his first scoreless inning of the season. Bridgeport still leads by a score of 9-2. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
It's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. Baseball Punch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases, just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to bridgeportbluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of BB's Snappers Club.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle-nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top 10, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less plug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the game.
Bluefish baseball is here in the bottom half of inning number 7. Isaac Hess has been brilliant to this point. 6 innings, 2-run baseball. He's allowed 10. Mike Daniels steps up to the plate. It's followed by Christian Lopez and Matt Padgett. 5, 6, and 7 in the order. Michael Schlock, 1 inning. You have Oliveros in the contest as well. He completed 2 2/3 frames. Charlie Manning was in the contest as the next pitch is a fastball up. Suarez was also in for the Blue Crabs. 1 ball and no strikes. And now you have Jim Ed Warden, and you wonder, Jim Ed Warden really has not pitched a whole lot of innings as the fastball tails away. 2 balls and no strikes. Will Jim Ed Warden be asked to eat these innings? So far, it has been a nightmare for Southern Maryland, offensively and defensively, as the next pitch is lined up at the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Daniel 1 for 2 with a run and an RBI. That home run in the 2nd inning a long time ago. 2-1. Popped up third base side, drifting towards the warning track and overrunning the baseball, Ramon Vasquez. He overran it. We'll see how they score the ball, but this wind is causing all kinds of problems. The initial ruling is no play from the Padgett drop before on the attempted scoop. This time around, Vasquez overran it. It probably will not be ruled an error for Bridgeport. The 2-2 is sliced into the upper deck before it's sent to the lower set of seats. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bridgeport with a victory would move to 10-4. That would move 3 games ahead of Southern Maryland after winning 3 out of 4. The 2-2 curveball in there, strike 3. It was a beauty. It looked like it was going to hit the batter or maybe go inside, and then crossed at the inside corner at the very last moment. It froze Daniel, the 2nd strikeout of the game for the right fielder, as it springs Christian Lopez up. That curveball is the thing of beauty. When that is working for Hess and Oseguera, those 2 pitchers are dominant. And you saw what Oseguera did the other day against Southern Maryland, as the next one is swung on and fouled off to the right. No balls and 1 strike. Oseguera 7 innings of 1 earned run baseball, and his team, even though they were shut out through the first 7 innings by Dan Riker in the 8th, they got one off of Brian Doomsnell to eventually win the game or to push it to extra innings before they won it. The next pitch was outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hess set, lifts his leg and deals. Right on the corner, painted at the knees, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Corner infielder is playing about 3/4 of the way back. The middle of the diamond, playing at the lip of the outfield grass. The check swing appeared to have gone through the zone. Christian Lopez in disbelief. He's tagged out for the second strikeout of the inning for Isaac Hess. He seems to be getting stronger as the innings move along. He did not look so fine in the first couple of innings. First 4 innings, gave up many of his hits. He has allowed just 3 hits in the last 3 innings of work. 7 hits in the first 4 frames. He completes inning number 7, and maybe his last one. The first pitch from Hess dives to the outside corner, 0-1. It is at 93 pitches for Hess, and so far 64 of those have been for strikes. A great ratio. The 0-1 sidearm delivery. Appeared to be a little bit of a frisbee motion. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt Padgett, a triple to center field and a 4-3 ground out to second as the next pitch tilts away. 2 balls and 1 strike. He may cross the 100-pitch mark, although Willie Upshaw likes the rhythm in which his southpaw is throwing. The 2-1. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike, and you wonder, would this be the last batter with Jeremy Owens on deck? The game relatively out of reach at this moment as the pitch is popped up to shallow right center field. Prentice Redmond, well, he came in late in the picture as Joey Gathbright makes the catch from center towards right center, as that is the final out of the frame. An F8 on the score sheet, and the Bluefish send the Blue Crabs down in order. End of 7, Bridgeport with a 9-2 advantage. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
We love baseball. Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Tastes great. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light summer, hot days all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but it'll be alright because coolers are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, mini skirts galore.
First pitch is on its way from right-handed pitcher Jim Ed Warden to Luis Rodriguez. It's Rodriguez, Pedro Lopez, and Eddie Rogers, 7, 8, and 9 in the order for the Blue Crabs. First pitch from Ed Warden is a fastball planted high, 1 ball and no strikes. Top of the 8th inning is here. So many trees in the background. It's a beautiful setting in Waldorf, Maryland, one of the fastest growing towns and cities in the entire country. Is the Fastball connects with the middle of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Washington, D.C. more known for providing government jobs, which has helped some in the D.C. area, and that's why there's plenty of construction of homes as Rodriguez lines a base hit over the leaping Paco Figueroa at short into left center field. So Rodriguez continues his hitting. He had a 3-run jolt to left center field in the 5th, and now he has a single to open up the 8th. Pedro Lopez moving forward. Washington, D.C., one of the major markets in the country. Washington, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, L.A., Chicago, Miami. So many big-time markets in this country. The first pitch lands over the middle, 0-1. And Washington, more known for its military, plenty of Air Force bases and military bases. Navy's located in Baltimore, which is about an hour away from D.C. Check swing by Lopez. He did not go around. Count, 1 ball and 1 strike. And of course, many people from D.C. will go with the government job, and there's the National Institute of Health as well. The 1-1 is over the outside corner, ball and 2 strikes. Not to mention, tourism business is probably one of the largest in the entire country, because you have so many monuments and different structures in the area and different sites. Pitch poked in the air to right field is a base hit for Pedro Lopez. Luis Rodriguez moves to second base. He'll stop there. Runners at first and second with nobody out, as Ed Warden continues to be perplexed by the way he continues to struggle. He's just not locating very well. Bluefish picked up a base hit in the 7th inning from Prentice Redmond, but then he recorded 3 straight outs. In the 8th, the Bluefish knocking on the door with runners at first and second for Eddie Rogers. Who would have thought that at this point in the season, Eddie Rogers is the one that leads the Bluefish in RBI? He has 11 this season, and as the pitch lands low, count 1 ball and no strikes. Who would have thought that? It is a long way to go still. The Bluefish shortstop has exceeded expectation. Pitch swung on and lifted high near the shallow left. Giannotti drifts in and makes the play. Can of corn. Corner outfielder. 1 away on the F7. With the Colin DeLome RBI, he now has 10 on the season. Eddie Rogers with the 11. Kennard Jones also with a couple of RBI today. He now has 7 on the season. And there was also a Brock Peterson ribby. He had been struggling, with the exception of yesterday. He had 3 hits. Just had basically 4 hits the entire season before yesterday, as the first pitch lands on the inside corner, 0-1. Joey Gathright with runners at first and second. The third baseman Padgett well off the line. The pitcher deals, and it's low on a heater. 9-2 game. Bridgeport. It was a 2-1 contest heading into the 5th inning. That's when Bridgeport exploded. Their offense went off. And it was part because of the defensive woes of Southern Maryland, as the Gathright swing goes over the top of a Warden sinker. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the other part was the ability for Bridgeport to exploit those defensive inefficiencies for Southern Maryland. And Bridgeport appears to be on its way to a 10-4 mark, heading to Camden, New Jersey for tomorrow. 1-2. Slapped on the ground. Foul! And it carried with tremendous amount of velocity. 5 rows back. One of the fans grabs it for his child in the seats about 10 rows back. The guy was about 5 rows back before he walked back to his seat. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Always fun at the ballpark to get the baseball, especially if Person's not hurt. Just watch out for screaming line drives. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Gathright goes down. And he is now 1 for 5 today. For more information about Bluefish baseball, go to the website, BridgeportBluefish.com. You can listen to the broadcasts at home or on the road, wherever the Bluefish might be going. You can ask any questions, comments, or concerns by sending me an email to PerryM86. Or if you want to purchase tickets, you can go to BridgeportBluefish.com and purchase them, or call a ticket sales representative, 203-345-4800. 2-out toss from Edwarden. Fastball. Misfired outside. 1 ball, no strikes. More control than anything else from Edwarden. He's been unable to really sustain success in the strike zone. 1-0. Way outside. 2-0 on a heater. It is past the 1 o'clock hour from Regency Furniture Stadium. First 4 innings took quite a while. Isaac Hess has been able to move the Blue Crabs in and out of the dugout quickly. They go into the dugout. 1-2-3, or solid pitching as Edwarden cannot get the call on the outside. Another fastball, 2-0. And whenever it's not 1-2-3, it's 1 base runner or 2 base runners. Next pitch. Fastball, outside corner strike, 3 balls and 1 strike. You wonder if there is someone else going to pitch for Bridgeport in the next inning, even though Hess is coming off a 1-2-3 of Southern Maryland, as Kennard Jones takes a big rip and misses. 3 balls and 2 strikes. This perhaps may be the longest outing for Edwarden. He might have to go to the 3rd inning to at least give some of the bullpen some rest. He has been the only one that's really been inefficient, as fastball leans inside for ball 4, so Kennard Jones walks. It sets up Prentice Redmond. By the way, if Prentice Redmond were to hit a grand slam and Jim Edwarden were to record the final out of this inning, 4 runs in 2 innings would actually be an improvement for Edwarden compared to what he was doing. ERA of almost 30, like 13 runs in 3 1/3 innings entering today. Just been a miserable season so far for Edwarden, as he's lowered the bases. 2-out pitch, swung on in line, foul down the left field line. It curled on the chalk before making that turn. Edwarden ahead 0-1. If you want to follow me on Twitter, just me P Miles, just me P Miles on Twitter. The post-game show is upcoming, following the conclusion of this ball game, with a preview of what is going to unfold in Camden, New Jersey. The 0-1. Rounded foul, no balls and 2 strikes. Positive energy flowing from the Bluefish from this series. Just in all seriousness, 1 inning that really cost them from getting the sweep, and probably will wind up winning this game, as the 0-2 winds up outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Seen crazier events happen in the Atlantic League. Never at this ballpark except against the Fish. But today is one of the stranger events that I've ever seen at this venue, with the unearned runs to Oliveros, the home run to open up the game, the inside the park home run attempt. Let's not forget about Luis Rodriguez and his leadership, as Prentice Redmond just spoiled it as he pulled it down the left field line. 1 ball and 2 strikes. More action warming on the bullpen as the pitch is grounded over to third, handled by Padgett. That ends the inning. A 5-3 putout. We do apologize. Apprentice Redmond grounds out with the bases loaded to end the threat. The Bluefish do not score. They got 2 hits. They leave 3 on at the end of 7.5. Bridgeport leads by a score of 9-2. Stay tuned for more Bluefish baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Ultimate legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details on the winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bluefish baseball is back. The Bluefish have not been afraid whatsoever of this competition as Isaac Hess remains on the mound for the Bluefish. The first pitch is on its way. It's a fastball away. 1 ball and no strikes. Nobody's warming up in the Bluefish bullpen, and perhaps the reason that's the case, they want Isaac Hess to continue to throw and save the bullpen for tomorrow because Raymar Diaz is making his first start of the year, and also Gilbert De La Vara, who has not lasted more than 4 innings in any of his starts, or 4 2/3 rather in any of his starts, is making his way to the hill tomorrow, as well as Owen skies the ball in the air to the right side. Brock Peterson drifts underneath, closing in on first base, and then makes the play as he veered off the first base bag toward the lip of the infield grass. 1 away on the P3. So Owens is 0-for-3 today, and it sets up Richard Giannotti. And we just witnessed why the Bluefish are where they are. They take advantage of the opportunities that Southern Maryland does not do as often as the first pitch sinks low, 1 ball and no strikes. The Bluefish take advantage of those extra opportunities. 2 errors leading to a ton of runs as the pitch is swung on and missed. Now, even though Charlie Manning is credited with the earned runs, the team was credited with unearned runs. That's the rule. And it was pointed out by the PR director Paul Herman online, something that I learned today. The 1-1, curveball, outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Always a few lessons to grab each time. Baseball, like school, is a continuous education process. And you keep it in the back of your mind, the 2-1, check swing foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And on this Kids Day, how appropriate. Kids getting to learn and enjoy a Blue Crabs game, as the Blue Crabs fans are still cheering for their team. 9-2 game in the bottom of the 8th. The 2-2. Swung on and smacked into left field. It is a base hit. Richard Giannotti rounds first. He's not going to move anywhere past first. They're going to go station to station because base runners are imperative. Brian Barton made a bad play before, and there were 2 plays which the Bluefish made today which would make you shake your head. One was by Colin DeLoe, more over-aggression than anything else. Pedro Lopez with runners at first and second in that 5th inning was caught off guard, throw to second base, nailed him from Christian Lopez. And even though the Bluefish scored 7 times, that could have been one of the big plays of the game. Bridgeport needs to be a little more cautious about that. The first pitch is inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Boy, they had Oliveros almost to a T. And then the defense of Southern Maryland let him down too. The 1-0. Fastball guided to the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. The 11th base hit allowed by Hess. And guess what? He is still yet to walk a batter. He's not allowed a batter to reach by any other means other than a base hit, as the pitch is poked foul down the right side, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Which means any strike he is throwing, that the hitter makes contact, they're either grounding out or singling, and he doesn't get too deep in the counts. His philosophy is throw 3 pitches and get out. Otherwise, the batter has a better chance of succeeding. The 1-2 is poked foul down the right side. Paco Figueroa, pesky hitter. He's 3 for 3 today. And he's reached base 10 out of 11 times. 3 times toward the end of the 2nd game. Another 4 times yesterday. And 3 more today. Reached base 10 out of his last 11 at-bats as the curveball drops low. Even though Figueroa has done that, it does not mean that he won't go through a slide where he does not reach base for 20, 25, 30 at-bats. It's the beast of baseball. I'm sure everyone's read about Beauty and the Beast. It's all about the grind of the process. The 2-2. Lifted high in the air to deep left. Kennard Jones moving back. He's nearing the truck. He's at the wall. He has to play it off the wall. Rounding second, heading for third. And stopping at that station is Richard Giannotti. And quickly the Blue Crabs have a rally. Runners at second and third with 1 man out. The 12th base hit of the game allowed by Isaac Hess. And it appears as if the Bluefish bullpen is getting loose. He's already eclipsed the 100 pitch mark on the day. And he's had a little bit of trouble getting at the last couple of batters. He's at 110. And by this point, 2nd, 3rd, maybe 4th start, pitchers are able to gauge how strong their arm is. Remember this as well. 110 pitches of physical and mental exertion, plus all the warm-up tosses that the pitcher throws. So the left-hander is probably thrown 250 pitches, assuming 10 warm-up tosses for a half inning or so. 1 out toss from Hess, curveball, swings to the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Hess waiting. The 0-1 to who? Fastball away. 1 ball, 1 strike. It has been a glorious day for the Bluefish. Their bats have been awakened. The next pitch dives inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Shin Lung Hu, 1-for-2 today. The 2-1. Swung on and slap foul down the right. Use a body gesture to help the ball go foul, but it did not quite go in his favor. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hess set. He deals. Fastball. Elevates. Just 3 balls and 2 strikes. Whenever Hess misses with a fastball, it's usually up. When he misses with a curveball, it's usually down. And if you want to miss with any of those pitches, that's probably the more important to take a swing at is who keeps himself alive as he banged it off the net. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Figueroa is 4 for 4. And 2. Slap down the right field line, angling toward the corner. It is a base hit and rolls towards the right field line. Who winds up at second base? He takes a big turn, but he'll have to stop there. It is a 2-run double for who? Southern Maryland within 5. It's 9-4. Will that be all for Isaac Hess? Richard Giannotti and Paco Figueroa came in. It was a very good outing for the Bluefish left-hander, but Louis Rodriguez and Willie Upshaw are making their way to the hill. And that might be it for the Southpaw. He has recorded 1 out in the 8th inning, and through the first 7 frames, he gave up just 2 runs, but he leaves the ball game. The Southpaw a little bit frustrated about the way that matters unfolded. He wanted to continue, but he'll be coming back at some point in the future. A great job by the Bluefish Southpaw. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Joe Bateman is making his way to the hill when we return on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. You're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business. Prudential Financial Limited.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste Sprinkless. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light summer, hot bays all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but it'll be alright because coolers are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, mini skirts galore. You're guarded for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits, Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Ain't Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bluefish Baseball is here. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It is time for Mr. Bateman, Joe Bateman, a sidewinding right-hander, has done quite well on this road trip. And he's entered the game for the Bluefish in a number of tight situations. This game is a 9-4 contest as he looks to deal in the 8th. The first pitch lands on the outside corner. Quick strike, 0-1. And you can hear the fans showing their exuberance out there. Still rooting for the home team. The right-hander Bateman gets set at the neck. The next pitch swung on and whiffed. No balls, 2 strikes to David Espinoza. Bateman this year, 8 1/3 innings, 1 win, a 3.24 ERA, and has thrown 2 1/3 scoreless innings while striking out 5 and giving up just 1 base runner in the series. Who would be next for the Bluefish after Bateman? Perhaps nobody else. If Bateman is able to throw the final inning in 2/3, the Bluefish would be highly appreciative of that. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. A big cut by Espinoza, but high cheese from Bateman. And with 2 away, Brian Barton stands in with that same runner, Chin-Lung Hu, in scoring position. There were a couple of big drives in the 5th inning. A double by Colin DeLome driving in 2 to right field. Brock Peterson triple, pop fly towards left. A walk by Vasquez followed by a Luis Rodriguez 3-run home run. That accounted for 6 of the 7 runs in the 5th. 2 runs for the Bluefish in the 3rd. Sacrifice fly with runners in 2nd and 3rd. Both runners moved up as Barton fists one towards the middle. Pedro Lopez gathers and he'll have to eat it as he throws behind the runner at 3rd base. It's not in time. Brian Barton with another infield single. He is 3 for 4 today. It brings Mike Daniel to the plate. Southern Maryland not going to make it too easy for the Bluefish. It has been a challenge throughout the series holding down this ball club, and the Blue Crabs offense seems to be getting going a bit, especially towards the middle of the order with Barton collecting 3 hits on the day. David Espinoza has a double. Mike Daniel with a home run as Daniel moves in, the right fielder. 1 for 3 with a jack and a couple of strikeouts on his resume. The Bluefish have not scored since the 5th. The Blue Crabs have scored 3 runs in 3 innings, 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. Bridgeport looking to escape a jam with runners at the corner. Daniel with an open stance. Bateman fires a fastball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. The runner at 3rd is Hess's responsibility. The runner occupying 1st is Bateman's responsibility. Ramon Vasquez playing a little off the 3rd base bag. The next pitch well outside. 2 balls and no strikes. If Mike Daniel walks, the tying run, the potential tying run, would be in the on-deck circle. Joe Bateman has struck out David Espinoza and gave up an infield single to 2nd. Bateman, the 2-0. Fastball, misfired outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Matters could get interesting if the Bluefish are unable to record this out or perhaps the next few. The 3-0 fastball guided to the corner, 3-1. Will Daniel take 2 in a row? Or will he be encouraged to swing the bat with the count in his favor? Pick a zone, exploit it if it's in there. Bateman, deliberate with his approach as he gets the sign. Bateman stands tall, drops the glove down to the belt. The runner's going. The pitch is outside for ball 4. So Mike Daniel walks, and that sends the tying run to the on-deck circle, represented by Matt Padgett as Christian Lopez moves forward. The Blue Crabs are capable of having explosive innings. They had a 4-run inning yesterday, although 4 runs still would not be enough to match the Bluefish 7 spot. Coming in the 5th frame. The bases are loaded, full of Blue Crabs as they look to snap at the Bluefish perhaps for one more time. This is the biggest rally that they have going right now. 9-4 game, bases loaded. Bateman against Christian Lopez. The fastball twists inside, 1 ball and no strikes. There appears to be nobody warming up in the bullpen, which means no matter what, this is Bateman's game right now. Hess is in line for the victory. The most number of runs he can allow is 5. He lasted 7 1/3 innings in this contest. The 1-0 fastball on the inside corner, 1-1. If Bateman opts to throw the ball inside, the Bluefish defense has Lopez positioned perfectly towards the left side. A jam shot ground ball would be effective at this point. The 1-1, well outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Nowhere to put Lopez. Second straight game during the day. This one has been more offensive oriented. The 2-1 is swung on and lifted high in the air to shallow left center field on the move. Diving, unable to make the play, Kennard Jones. 2-run score as Joey Gathright delivers the ball in. It is 9-6. Southern Maryland just trails by 3 with the tying run coming to the plate. A bloop double by Christian Lopez as Mike Daniel moves to 3rd. That 3-run home run is huge now. That 3-run home run by Louis Rodriguez is the difference in this game as Willie Upshaw makes his way to the mound. We'll see if the Bluefish opt to warm up another pitcher, but Southern Maryland, for whatever reason, seems to get its offense going when the opponent scores the runs. Why they cannot do it more often is puzzling. There is a pitcher for Southern Maryland moving down the left field line to try to start to warm up. Jimmy Warden pitched a couple of innings. And the pitcher down the left field line is Ricky Barrett, the left-hander, 6 feet, 190 pounds, as Willie Upshaw makes sure all communication is clear. It's a 9-6 lead now for the Fish. They've had it trimmed down to 3. Matt Padgett steps up. He is 1-for-3. Perhaps the difference in this game, not just the 3-run home run, but the missed inside the park attempt after he ran 3rd, came home to the plate and was gunned out. No chance Padgett had. 2-out toss on its way. From the right-hander Bateman, he drops the ball to the belt. Pitch, swung on and serves high in the air to deep right center field. Gathright on the move, he looks up. That ball is gone! A 3-run drive by Matt Padgett. And just like that, the game is tied at 9. That ball was smoked just to the right of center field. Joey Gathright gave a run for it. But the Bluefish have surrendered a 7-run lead. 16 hits in the ball game for the Blue Crabs. Here is Jeremy Owens. First pitch to Owens, swung on and missed. The inning began with Jeremy Owens popping out to first. This ballpark has given the Bluefish some nightmares. Definitely the Louis Rodriguez home run made an impact, and so did the missed inside the park home run attempt. But Patrick gets it the traditional way, as the check swing is a loopy fly ball to left field that dunks in for another base hit. Joe Bateman, not his day right now. That was a check swing that dropped in front of the corner outfielder Kennard Jones. And with a runner at first base and 2 men out, Hess now has a no decision with a different reliever down the left field line than Ricky Barrett, who is warming up. It is a right-handed pitcher, and we did not get the opportunity to see who it was. Could be Chris Mobley down the right field line. The 2-out toss to Richard Giannotti, swung on and missed. He started the rally with a single, then Paco Figueroa doubled. Paco Figueroa cannot be stopped. And he's reached the base 11 times out of his last 12 plate appearances. The 0-1. Fastball up, 1 ball, 1 strike. 9-9 ball game. I'm sure that this ballpark does not quite play the way you would expect. Home runs have not really gone to left center today. They've been more to right and right center. A 1-1 dances to the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Doubles by Paco Figueroa, Chin-Lung Hu. And then Brian Barton double, David Espinoza and Brian Barton, they've been involved with this. Pitch went low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giannotti looks in. A 1-2. Swung on and served high in the air to center field, but not too deep. Joey Gathray loses the ball in the air, and the go-ahead run is going to score. Giannotti on his way to third, and he makes it in there. 8 runs in the 8th inning for the Bluefish, for the Blue Crabs rather, and it results in a triple. Gathright lost it in the sunshine. By the time he recognized where the ball was, it was too late. Another RBI, and that has got to be painful. Now you know for a fact that Chris Mobley is going to be entering the game instead of Jim Ed Warden. There was Mobley warming up down the left field line. He has stopped for the moment as the first pitch back to Paco Figueroa is over the middle of the plate, 0-1. This is heartbreaking for the Fish. And it all began innocently enough with a Richard Giannotti single. The 0-1. Way inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. 10-9 the score. Paco 4 for 4. Figueroa leans in, and so does Joe Bateman. 8 runs allowed in the 8th. The 1-1. Fastball inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. The sunshine really made a difference to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs earlier, and it made a difference to the Bluefish earlier as well. Isaac Hess's 7 in the 3rd inning. He had 7 innings of 2-run baseball, and it just did not work the way that he wanted. The 2-1 Lifted high in the air. Down the first base line, but it's out of play. Brock Peterson chased after it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Suddenly, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs offense explodes. It comes after Bridgeport's offense takes care of their business. And now Bridgeport, they'll have 1 shot to respond, to at least have to come back from 1 behind, if not more than that. Paco Figueroa even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bateman lifts and deals, way outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. This will happen on occasion. Bluefish have a big lead, and sometimes it just does not work the way that you hope. Paco Figueroa, 4 for 4 today. Continues the hot streak, the 3-2. Grounded softly towards short. Eddie Rogers charges in and makes the play for the final out of the inning, but not before there are 8 runs scored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits in the inning. And a runner left on at third base. End of 8. Bridgeport trails 10-9. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going back for our committee. The first pitch is swung on and driven to deep right. Going back to the track to the wall. He's gone. Tie ball game at 10. First pitch to Colin DeLome and Chris Mobley blows the save. This is the way that this game has unfolded. The Bluefish had a 9-2 advantage. The Blue Crabs score 8 times in the 8th. And then Colin DeLome comes up with a solo drive in the 9th inning to right center field. Tie ball game at 10. It's his second home run of the year with Brock Peterson moving forward. Mobley set. The next pitch, fastball, cruises to the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Boy, this game has been wild. The next offering from Mobley over the inside corner for a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wow. What a turn of events. And now the Blue Crabs faithful is quiet. The 0-2. Swung on and pulled right to first snag. Nice play by Espinoza. one away on the L3. Both pitches were socked. The first one was drilled by DeLome over the right center field wall. It sets up Ramon Vasquez. So Chris Mobley, in his first opportunity, gives up a home run. The one-out toss, grounded over to the second baseman, who he charges in and delivers the throw to first in time, 2 away. 4-3 on the putout. We've already seen 2 extra innings affairs at the ballpark, Regency Furniture Stadium. Will there be a third? That's the question. But Southern Maryland's Mobley, 6 games, 6 1/3 innings of no earned run baseball. That was his first earned run allowed on 3 base hits. And with 2 away, Luis Rodriguez moves forward. Rodriguez at the time had a big 3-run home run. That coming in the 5th. Next pitch settles low, 1 ball, no strikes. Could Luis Rodriguez do it again? Carry the Bluefish on his back the same way on offense that he does on the defensive side. The 1-0 outside fastball, 2 balls, no strikes. If Luis Rodriguez reaches, do the Bluefish opt to go with a pinch runner? They have 2 other catchers on the bench. The 2-0 slides low, 3 balls and no strikes. Angel Flores and Michael Moritz. Morris played his first game with the Bluefish this season yesterday. The 3-0 way outside ball 4. So Luis Rodriguez walks instead of Pedro Lopez. Mobley not having a good day either. Joe Bateman gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning on 5 hits and a walk with 1 strikeout. Hess's final line, 7 1/3, 13 hits, 5 runs, and 6 strikeouts. But if you take the first 7 innings, 2 earned runs, there's 1 bad inning facilitated by the Blue Crabs offense. The first pitch is right on the inside corner, 0-1. No doubles defense applied by the Blue Crabs. They are deep at every position, including right field, and don't know why. And right, the pitch is stroked into right center field. It is a base hit. Jeremy Owens cutting it off as he throws the ball into the shortstop, Paco Figueroa. The Bluefish have a rally going. Runners at first and second after they tied the game earlier in this frame with a solo drive by Colin DeLome to right center. With runners at first and second, Eddie Rogers moves forward. He has the opportunity to pass Colin DeLome for the RBI lead on the Bluefish, and with that would give Bridgeport another lead. An RBI single would be effective as Luis Rodriguez takes his lead from second base. Tremendous arms out there in the outfield for the Blue Crabs. A 2-out toss. Fastball in, 1 ball, no strikes. If Eddie Rogers is to reach, Joey Gathright would have another opportunity. 10 runs, 13 hits, 10 runs, 18 hits, and 2 errors. Next pitch, swung on and grabbed sharply through the left side for a base hit. Luis Rodriguez is being told to hold up as the throw comes right in relay to home plate. Chris Mobley was backing up, but it appeared that Matt Padgett cut the ball off. Back-to-back singles after a walk as Chris Mobley is struggling badly in this frame. You wonder if Joey Gathright will be able to bring home the go-ahead run, which is stationed at third base. Who would the Bluefish go to for the 9th inning if it was a tie ball game or if they were leading? Would it be Romy Lewis? Would it be Jonah Bayless? Would it be Jorge Julio? Julio is the closer as the runner from first base, Eddie Rogers, dancing maybe to try to cause some distractions for Mobley. The first pitch to Gathright laid in there for a strike, 0-1. Luis Rodriguez at third. Pedro Lopez at second. Eddie Rogers at first. Next offering. Inside. A running fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. A series of Southern Maryland pitchers have been utilized in this series. And boy, they're going to be tired. The 1-1 way inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. You compare the 13-inning game, the 10-inning game. Yesterday, Ben Moore only lasted 5 2/3 innings, so plenty of bullpen use there. And today, Schlock lasts an inning with Oliveros going 3 2/3. The next pitch is outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. The fans disgruntled about the call. Nowhere would push the second run of the inning across and the go-ahead run across. The 3-1 swung on and fouled off. It looked to be perhaps ball 4, but instead it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Joey Gathright a hit and 2 runs today. 1 for 5 in the contest. The double in the 3rd inning. The 3 runners go. Pitch way outside, ball 4. The Bluefish have retaken the lead. It is 11-10 in this marathon game. Wow. First Jim Ed Warden. Now Chris Mobley. Jim Ed Warden was placed for 2 innings. 3 hits in a row, 2 Ks. But got out of the jams. Chris Mobley's just been terrible with his control of this inning. Next pitch. Fastball in. 1 ball and no strikes. How do you cannot script this. The Bluefish had a 9-2 lead. The Blue Crabs come back for 8 in the bottom of the 8th. The Bluefish score twice in this frame as the pitch is right on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike to retake the lead. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mobley offers. Pitch. Check swing. Dribbler foul to the left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Boy, this was a tough way for the Bluefish. Tougher than what normally would be a 9-2 game. Pitch right on the inside corner for a strike 3 call, but not before the Bluefish respond against Chris Mobley, who blows the save and is in line for the loss. Bridgeport leads 11-10 heading to the bottom of the 9th. Southern Maryland is coming up right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
To the men around you, the ones that have become your brothers. Call to beers, answer with.
Order me a Miller Lite, I'll be there in 10.
A night where your crew gets down to the task at hand. That may or may not involve running tables, firing up the grill, getting the band back together. Just a few choice words spoken to the right person, and a crave for light beer that's never light on taste. Because it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Bring beer with responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
So this little ditty, America's pastime. Summer's here and it feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night. There's always a beer man with ice cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. But James has got those names, so keep the good team doesn't get any diggers. You'll have
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes with responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I did seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes with responsibility.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad that you're down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities. Going to bat for our community, Rami Lewis is in the game for the Bluefish. Chin Lung Hu makes his way to the box. He is 2 out of 3 today with a double and a single. And he's also driven in a couple of runs. The first pitch from Rami Lewis swung on and pulled foul down the left field line right near the steps and ricochets back into the field of play. 0-1. Rami Lewis, former member of the Toronto Blue Jays, has been very successful with the Bluefish so far this season, but boy, the Bluefish, they may escape this one after that 8-run rally. The pitch slides inside. Count 1 ball, 1 strike, and even though Joe Bateman gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning, he stands to win the game. He stands to win it. The 1-1 swung on and poked into right field, moving forward, Prentice Redmond, and he makes the catch on the move. 1 away on the F9. Boy, the Bluefish, they've had some interesting games of late. And one of them is today. The question is whether or not they'll be able to hang on. That's an understatement. 9-2, then 10-9 Blue Crabs, then 11-10 Bluefish. Ramon Vasquez at the lip of the infield grass for David Espinoza. Many of the fans still hear the pitch is roped into right field and a base hit. Espinoza 2 for 5 today. Southern Maryland still kicking as Brian Barton moves forward. These hitters are aggressively swinging at Rami Lewis's offerings. They are not allowing him to get ahead in the count. Who swung at the first pitch, but then eventually flew out. David Espinoza lined the first pitch to right field. Will Rami Lewis have to go to his secondary or tertiary pitches? The 1-out toss, swung on, jam shot, base hit, right field. Espinoza on his way to third. He'll make it there without a throw. Inside out swing by Brian Barton, runners at the corners for Southern Maryland. And they quickly rally. 2 runs provided by the Bluefish in the top half of the 9th inning. May not be enough as a couple of pokes to right field. Not really all that has unfolded. The corner infielders are going to play in. And with the way that the right-handers have approached Rami Lewis, the lefty, it would be safe to assume that they're going to try to poke it to the opposite field, knowing that he might jam them. And in case there is extra innings, there is a left-hander warming up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. As the first pitch of a curveball swung on and fouled straight back to the press box area, went screaming off the glass. No balls and 1 strike. You heard the thud in the background as Daniel steps in. Homered, struck out, walk. The 0-1. Swung on and sliced foul down the left field line. No balls and 2 strikes. Rami Lewis with a strikeout would allow the corner infielders to move back slightly, as the runner at first base could be a threat. That represents the winning run. The tying run is at third base. Lewis's next pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Lewis gets the job done. 2 away. Southern Maryland down to the final out. Nothing has been pretty or easy as Lewis wipes the sweat from his forehead. Willie Upshaw and the rest of the infield making their way to the mound, and boy, this is a tough series. There were some series last year that seemed for the Bluefish were relatively easy. Not to say that there were any teams to take for granted, but there were plenty of laughers. This one appeared to be a laugher until Southern Maryland came to the plate and scored 8 times in the 8th. Out of nowhere. And the top of the... Wow, everybody in the starting line for Southern Maryland has a hit today. Everybody for the Bluefish has a hit today. 20 hits for Southern Maryland and 15 for Bridgeport. This is what offense is really supposed to be about. Taking care of pitchers that normally would locate their spots. Today has not been that kind of day. The 2-out toss, fastball, runs outside 1 ball and no strikes. Now Brian Barton, he can steal a base. He's leaning off of first. The 1-0 from Lewis drops the glove to the thigh, sets, and delivers. Swung on and grounded toward the left side. It is a base hit. The tying run comes to the plate. And the 21st hit of the game ties the score at 11. David Espinoza comes to the dish. Matt Padgett going to his workspace. He has a 3-run home run and a triple in this game. A single may end it for Southern Maryland, but boy, the Bluefish put up their 2 runs against Chris Mobley as the bullpen continues to work. The 2-out toss, swung on and chopped on the ground towards short. Eddie Rogers takes his time and throws to first in time to retire to the side. We are going to extra baseball. 9 innings complete. The game is tied at 11. Stay tuned. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bridgeport Bluefish broadcast.
Screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious semi-Florentine, savory twin-grill pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate.
Bluefish Baseball is back. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Brian Doomsnell makes his way to the hill. It has been a miserable time for both pitching staffs, particularly the Bluefish, because Bateman gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning, and Rami Lewis gave up a run in an inning of work. Bridgeport steps to the plate after leaving the bases loaded in the 9th after scoring 2 runs in that frame. as Prentice Redmond steps up to the dish. Redmond is 1 for 5 today. The first pitch from Doomsnell swung on and lifted high in the air to shallow right center field, driving forward Jeremy Owens from center, and he makes the play in the alley, one away. One pitch, one out. Righty, lefty, righty due up for the Fish. Colin DeLoe and Brock Peterson. And you wonder if Romy Lewis will remain in the game after the way that Southern Maryland was attacking the pitches that he was providing, especially the right-handed hitters, as Lewis tried to tie him up, and they just kept their hands inside the baseball and flicked them to right. The next pitch, high in the air to deep left field. Going back is Giannotti. He's leaning towards the track and makes the play. Giannotti records the ad. DeLoe nearly got all of it to left center field. And instead it is an F7 to send Brock Peterson to the dish. 9 runs scored in the last couple of innings for Southern Maryland. Isaac Hess, 7 1/3, Schlock an inning, but then Oliveros took over. 7 runs allowed by Oliveros, only 1 of them earned. And then Charlie Manning gives up 2 earned runs to his credit. The next pitch to Peterson is a fastball, tailing away, 1 ball and no strikes. 2:09 Eastern. The game started 10:35 in the morning, going about 3 hours and 40 minutes at this point from Regency Furniture Stadium. The 1-0 to Brock Peterson. Pitch on its way. Fastball glides to the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is huge for both teams. Southern Maryland would like to gauge where they are in the Atlantic League, as the 1-1 is chopped on the ground to short. Moving forward is Paco Figueroa, and he delivers in time for the final out of the inning. Blue Crabs win, they earn a split. Bluefish win, they have the tiebreaker to this point. You know, it is early as Southern Maryland gets a 1-2-3 inning in the 10th. End of 9 1/2. Could it be the last time that Southern Maryland comes to the plate? Jeremy Owens, Richard Giannotti, and Paco Figueroa step up for the 10th. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
It's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to BridgeportBluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of BB's Snappers Club.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee for the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open a new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing with less fork with less plug, however you punch it.
Bridgeport Bluefish Baseball is back on the air here from Regency Furniture Stadium. The next pitch is swung on and missed by Jeremy Owens, the count 0-1 from Romy Lewis. He had a very good start to the season, did Lewis, but he allowed a run in the 9th inning, and now he must continue to work as Jeremy Owens, waiting for the second pitch, he grounds it to the left side. It is a base hit as it goes through. Owens rounds first as he's not going to test Kennard Jones in left field. A single by Owens, and you would think, even though Richard Giannotti contributed 2 RBI in the inning, 2 hits rather in the 8th inning, does not mean that he's not going to be thinking about bunting, and that's what Ramon Vasquez is thinking. Rami Lewis over at first drops the glove down to the belt. Bunt is shown by Giannotti as Vasquez creeps in. Holds tight and timeout is called. The last RBI, there was a 3-run homer, then Jeremy Owens singled, and then Richard Giannotti tripled to center field to give the team the lead. And then Paco Figueroa, boy, he really has done a number to the Bluefish, as another throw to first is in plenty of time. No, it is not in time, sorry. 11 runs on 22 hits. 11 runs on 15 hits. Blue Crabs and Bluefish. Next offering, fastball, set high, 1 ball and no strikes. This is the 3rd extra inning game of the series. The Bluefish have won the first 2, and they are in danger right now. Bunt shown and then foul, as it was pushed to the right behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. If Richard Giannotti is unable to execute the bunt and records it now without Owens being eliminated, it's possible that Jeremy Owens could steal a base for Paco Figueroa. Ramon Vasquez creeping in, the 1-1, way inside. Looked like he might have actually had the bat out, then sprung it back. 2 balls and a strike. Rami Lewis throws in the 90s. Heavy fastball. As the left-hander gauges what to throw, he steps off before the quick toss over. He understands how everything is going to unfold. Wind is whipping out towards center and right center field. Next pitch, slides low, 3 balls and a strike. At this point, Rami cannot afford to walk Richard Giannotti. If he does, he's asking for trouble with Paco Figueroa waiting on deck. Let the bunt get down. If you have to face Chin-Lung Hu by intentionally walking Figueroa, then you do it. The 3-1, bunt attempt up towards the mound. Rami Lewis fields and throws to second for 1. Onto first, not in time. Got the lead runner, so it's a fielder's choice. 1-6. Bunt attempt unsuccessful on a 3-1 count. That is strange. And the reason it's strange is because on a 3-1 count, you would expect the pitcher to be throwing a fastball right down the middle, at least when you know that the bunt is coming. So it was very accessible, and the bunt went right back to the mound. A horrible job by Richard Giannotti as he stands at first with Paco Figueroa up there. As Rami Lewis takes his time and decides to go to first. The Bluefish and the Blue Crabs in the 10th. 11 apiece from Regency Furniture Stadium. The next pitch, outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Some of the fans are still in the ballpark. Kids made their way down here from the school. Some of them have left because they have to meet the times for when the schools get out. Still time. The 1-0 swung on and slot down the right field line. Nearly snagged by Peterson, but it drifts foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Perhaps the fans' faith in this team motivated the Blue Crabs even more to be able to come back in this game, as the throw to first is not in time. Rami Lewis has a very awkward pickoff move, or at least look-over attempt. It's almost like he's stomping like a soldier, marching in motion. Wind still whipping out. The 1-1 is chopped on the ground. Is short, could be two. Rogers flips the second one onto first. Double play! We're going to the 11th. From Waldorf, the Bluefish and Blue Crabs are tied at 11. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back after these words from our local sponsors. Stay tuned, my friends.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad that you're down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra? It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer.
Play moves on. It is the top half of the 11th inning. Bluefish induced a double play ball to end the frame as Rami Lewis has delivered 2 innings of 1-run baseball. First pitch is up, coming to Ramon Vasquez, and he lets the fastball run high from Ryan Doomsnell. Count it. 1 ball and no strikes. The other day, Doomsnell gave up the tying run. And I was on in Tuesday's game for Dan Riker. Gave up the tying run as the pitch runs outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And it has not been a pretty game. It has been a wild game. Doomsdale just hoping to settle the teams down. Rami Lewis as well. 2-0. Inside. Ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. And well, this is how it all unfolded. It's 11-11. Southern Maryland scored 1 in the second inning, courtesy of a Mike Daniel home run to right center. That was a long time ago. Doomsdale's 3-0 is connected to the outside corner, 3-1. 2 runs in the third, with runners at second and third, an RBI sacrifice fly by Kennard Jones. It also advanced Gathright to third from second, and Gathright eventually scored on a throwing error as Vasquez walks with 5 pitches as he takes off his shin strap and is able to go down the first base line. A runner at first base for Luis Rodriguez. In the 5th inning, 7 runs scored. It was highlighted by RBI single from Kennard Jones, a 2-run double by Colin DeLome to right field, a pop fly triple from Brock Peterson, and a 3-run jolt by Luis Rodriguez. It was 9-1 at that point. Southern Maryland scratched across a run in the 6th as the bunt attempt is squeezed towards the middle. 1 play for Doomsdale. He opts to go to first, and it's a 1-3 putout on the sacrifice, successful to set up Pedro Lopez. Run scored because of a single by Brian Barton in the 6th, but in trying to advance to second base, he was caught in the middle of the rundown, which promptly ended the frame. No more scoring until the bottom of the 8th. as a meeting of the minds just in front of the mound takes place. 8 runs scored, highlighted by a Paco Figueroa double, a Chinlung Hu double. The Chinlung Hu double drove in a pair. Then Brian Barton came up with a single as well. Pitch is right on the outside corner, 0-1. A double by Christian Lopez to drive in 2. Matt Padgett 3-run home run, and then a Richard Giannabi triple as the baseball got caught up in the sky. It blended in with the sunlight, blinded Gathright. Pitch way inside. It gets away from Christian Lopez, and moving on to third base is Ramon Vasquez. I believe it's going to be a wild pitch, and the Bluefish have another chance to put the go-ahead run to the plate. It's 11-11. And if that adventure wasn't enough for you, Colin DeLome, the first pitch in the 9th inning, smacks a home run to right center to retie the game for the Bluefish. Bridgeport leads again after a bases-loaded walk by Joey Gathright, but they leave the bases loaded. It opens up an opportunity where Brian Barton and eventually actually Christian Lopez came up with an RBI single. Pitch rotates outside. Back-to-back singles by Espinosa with 1 out, and Barton, those two came with 1 out. And then Christian Lopez comes up with a single. So Lopez has had a great day. 3 RBI as the next offering tails outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3 RBI for Christian Lopez, 3 for Padgett, 4 hits for Barton, 4 for Figueroa, 2 for Hu and Espinosa, Lopez, Padgett as the pitch is outside, ball 4, and 2 for Jeremy Owens, 3 for Richard Giannotti. Everybody has multiple hits except for Daniel. Meanwhile, for the Bluefish, only 4 players have multiple hit days. DeLome, 3 RBI, Louis Rodriguez, 3 ribbies, 2 from Kennard Jones. In the end, it'll depend on who Brian Doomsdale wants to attack. And it appears as if Eddie Rogers is the next hitter, followed by Joey Gathright. So the walk works to set up the double play where the middle of the infield moves back as Eddie Rogers moves forward. 1 for 4 with a run today. Rogers stands in, waggles the bat slightly as he waits for the offering from Doomsdale. Slides to the outside corner, called strike, 0-1. 11 runs on 15 hits for the Bluefish. And yet that was not enough to win this game. 11 runs on 22 hits for Southern Maryland with 2 errors. That was not enough to win this game. The 0-1 just off the play, may have been a curveball. 1 ball and 1 strike. For those of you still tuning in out there, Perry Miles, it is about 2:30 in the afternoon on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Of course, the Bluefish, they would like to leave this area because they know they have a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. The 1-1. Swung on a poke, right side, base hit! The 12th run of the ball game comes to the plate with the runners moving up a base. The Bluefish lead 12-11. Eddie Rogers with the poke to right field brings Joey Gathright to the plate. And you wonder if Ronnie Lewis is going to be in for a 3rd inning of work, or perhaps you may see either Jonah Bayless or Jorge Julio. Bayless and Julio, boy, they have not been in this brigade yet. With Southern Maryland responding to every Bluefish attack, that's the 16th base hit of the game as the next pitch dial up on the outside corner, 0-1. The onslaught of Bluefish offense, Southern Maryland's offense, came to life today. Their batting average will certainly improve. But we'll see how this results. The 0-1. Fastball guided to the outside corner. 0-2. Today, it appears as if the ball is moving much more quickly on the infield than it normally does, which is why players are getting more hits today than they are during the other 3 games, or during when they were. The 0-2, squibbed foul to the left. That's part of it, and the other part is the wind is playing a tremendous role in driving the baseball out, but also causing major problems for the fielders to be able to get to the ball. It's a swirling wind. The trees, you could tell, they're just whipping about. It's almost as if a tropical storm was heading into Waldorf. The 0-2. Inside hit him. I think it hit Gatright right in the bottom. And it appears as if he is running it off. The bases are loaded for the Bluefish again. And it brings up Kennard Jones. How many runs is going to be enough for either of these teams to put the other away? That's the interesting question. And uh-oh, here might be a problem. Brian Barton, the designated hitter, is, I believe, warming up in the bullpen. First pitch from Doomsdale. Swung on and sliced into left center field. It is a base hit. Another run coming to the plate. The throw is not in time. It took a long time for Pedro Lopez to start because with one man out, you have to hesitate. You cannot completely commit to the plate. And once it dropped, because of the excellent deke by Richard Giannotti, then Pedro Lopez got to the plate. The throw had to be cut off. Even though there was a force at every base, it's an RBI single to left field for Kennard Jones. The Bluefish have a 13-11 lead. And it appears as if Patrick Osborne is going to the mound to talk with Brian Doomsdale. You wonder if Brian Barton is going to be coming in. No, it's Richard Giannotti. Brian Barton was warming up down the left field line to warm up throwing as Barton will come in to play left field. It appears to be the conventional double switch with Richard Giannotti taking over on the mound. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. When we come back, Richard Giannotti on the hill as the Bluefish lead 13-11 with runners at every base here on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. The first pitch from Richard Giannotti. He swung on and lifted deep to left center field. Brian Barton on the move. He's going to the track. He's going to the wall. It bangs off the wall and ricochets towards left center field. It's 2-run score. The third runner is being held up. It is a 2-run double off the wall by Prentice Redmond. The Bluefish have opened up the lead. Again, it's 15-11. So Richard Giannotti goes to the hill. First pitch, Redmond just scorched it off the left center field wall. Brian Barton was trying to play shallow in case he would be able to throw out the runner at home plate. The one out tosses a fastball rotating to the outside corner. The count at 0-1. Prentice Redmond now 2 out of 7 today. First 2 RBI of the game as the infield plays in. The next pitch is a heater outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Colin Delhomme, 3 for 6 with a homer. He has 2 runs and 3 ribbies on the day. The 0-1 swung Brennan sharply to first and handled by Espinosa as he steps on the bag and holds the base runner at third for the 3 unassisted. Delhomme, 3 for 7 today as it brings Brock Peterson to the dish. 2 more runs certainly would not hurt for the Bluefish. 1 more run would certainly not hurt for Bridgeport either, based on the way that Southern Maryland was able to score in those innings. Boy, has this been an offensive explosion for the Fish. 15 runs, a season high. The 2-out toss, fastball away, 1 ball and no strikes. And it can simply be defined by this: the inefficacy of the pitching. The 2-out toss, check swing cleared the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bluefish have 4 crooked numbers today. 2 spots in the 3rd, the 9th, or rather, 4 crooked numbers. 2 spots in the 3rd and the 9th, a 7 spot in the 5th, and a 4 spot this frame as the pitch rotates high and in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brock Peterson is the 9th batter to hit in this inning as Ramon Vasquez is waiting on deck. The 2-1, way inside, as Peterson had to spin his shoulder out of the way just to avoid getting hit. 3-1. And this is why positional players do not throw on the mound. Richard Giannotti's had a couple of appearances this year and one last year. The 3-1. Way inside, ball 4, as Peterson just stretched out his arms, took his base as he drops his equipment off. Ramon Vasquez moves forward. So Prentice Redmond with a 2 RBI double to left center field. Kennard Jones with an RBI to left field. And an RBI to right field by Eddie Rogers to account for the 4 tallies in this inning. 2 men retired. And it brings up Vasquez, who takes a first pitch strike flipped on the outside corner, 0-1. Giannotti pitched earlier in the series as the next offering is swung on and lifted foul to the left. So Richard Giannotti certainly looking to work quickly as the next one was fouled off. The next pitch is swung on and grounded to second, who fields, and nearly throws it into the dirt as the ball had to be played by David Espinosa for the final out of the frame. But another 4 runs score for the Bluefish. It is 15-11 at the end of 10.5. Stay tuned for more Bluefish baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com right after this.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion.
Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much. And it's something we should never forget. And I think the Hall of Fame has a way of reminding us.
Any time that I've visited, it's just like a little kid.
You people at the Hall of Fame have done a great job of preserving the history of the game.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the real yellow pages for a plumber, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best for an interview. And it's more than finding a mechanic with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the real yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, Fork. The lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks. Chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug. A domino. A house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon 14, savory twin grill pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is here as the Bluefish are ahead by 4 runs. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Not quite Richard Giannotti on the hill for the Bridgeport squad. They go to Jonah Bayless instead. Bayless has closed 2 games for the Fish this year, and they originally were relying on Ronnie Lewis. With Lewis, even though he got a blown save in this game, he is the winning pitcher at this point. So the Bluefish hold on, or hold off the Blue Crabs offense as Chin Lung Hu makes his way to the box. The first pitch from Bayless is a fastball in, 1 ball and no strikes. Hu is 2 out of 4 today. 15 runs, a season high. They scored 13, did Bridgeport, against York earlier in the road trip. The fastball connects with the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. 22 hits for the Blue Crabs and 18 for the Bluefish. The next offering goes inside with 2 balls and 1 strike. And still some fans remaining from this morning, as some of the locals have made their way here to enjoy the ball game, and some of them have stuck around, maybe playing hooky from school. The 2-1 is lifted high in the air to shallow center field. Gathright sprints forward and makes the play for the first out of the frame. It brings in David Espinoza. Espinoza with a double and a single on his resume. A run scored as well. A 6-3 double play ball, a strikeout, and a pop fly to first. 2 out of 5 for Espinoza. This box score is so mind-boggling with the 22 hits. Everyone on Southern Maryland has at least 2 hits except for Mike Daniel, who has 1. As Bayless unleashes a heater high. 1 ball and no strikes. Everybody on the Bluefish has at least 2 hits except for Joey Gathright and Brock Peterson. And everybody but Vasquez and Lopez has an RBI today. Everybody except for Redmond has scored a run today. The 1-0 is lifted high in the air down the left field line. A long move for Kennard Jones, and he makes the scoop catch as he drifted towards the bullpen. The wind playing all kinds of tricks today, but Kennard Jones raced towards the line and made the catch in fair ground. It's a P7 on the score sheet as Espinoza goes down, and Brian Barton could be the last Southern Maryland Blue Crabs hitter to step up. The Bluefish, they were down to the final out in the 9th inning. Now it's 2 innings later, but the difference being that that Bridgeport was able to put up 4 more runs. 15 runs on the board. This team is feisty, this Bluefish squad. The 2-out pitch. Fastball runs high, 1 ball and no strikes. And remember this, a long day tomorrow. 3 relievers came in today. Ronnie Lewis, in all likelihood, would only be available for an inning. Maybe 2 if that inning was quick. And Joe Bateman, he got lit up today. But the Bluefish offense bailed everyone out in this game as the next one is over the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 runs for Vasquez, Rodriguez, Lopez, and Eddie Rogers. 3 runs for Gathright, 2 for DeLome. Don't do any better offensively than that as Barton chops into the ground to second. Pedro Lopez scampers in and throws to first. The Bluefish hold off A furious rally by Southern Maryland. The Blue Crabs put a great effort in there, but the Bluefish were too much here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 15-11, the final. The Bluefish postgame show returns right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller time has nothing to do with the brand and everything to do with Miller. What's up, Tommy? Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers. We'll always talk you out of getting that faux pas and never talk during your backswing. You've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, responsible. Miller time. It's a rallying cry to the men around you, the ones that become your brothers. Call to beers answered with "Order me a Miller Lite, I'll be there in 10." A night when your crew gets down to the task at hand that may or may not involve running tables, firing up the grill, getting the band back together. Just a few choice words spoken to the right man, and then we'll crave a light beer that's never light on taste, because it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I call this little ditty America's pastime. Summer's here and it feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night. And there's always a beer man with ice cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. All it takes is calling his name. So even if your team doesn't win any dinners, you'll have Frost Brewed refreshment at the tips of your fingers. Thank you.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. West Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Great beer, complete responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I didn't seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish postgame show here on BridgeportBluefish.com. Perry Miles here. Bridgeport escapes. That's probably the best way of labeling it or identifying what unfolded today. The Bluefish hold on for a big victory against Southern Maryland. They win the series 3 out of 4, 15-11 in 11 innings. Boy, there's not a whole lot more you could say about what the Bluefish have done this year, other than fight and claw. They will now at least be 3 games ahead of Southern Maryland in the standings. But Long Island plays a doubleheader starting at 6 o'clock today, 2 7-inning games against the 2-time champions. Meanwhile, Lancaster and Camden closed out their series from Campbell's Field, which is where the Bluefish will be headed next time. Let's go through the stats very quickly. Isaac has 7 1/3, 13 hits, 5 runs, 6 strikeouts. Joe Bateman, 2/3 of an inning, 5 hits, 5 runs, a walk, and a strikeout. Rami Lewis, 2 innings of 1-run baseball, 4 hits and a strikeout. Bayless with an inning. He picks up the save. Rami Lewis is now 2-0. Bayless with his 3rd save. The loss going to Brian Doomsnil. The loss going to Brian Doomsnil, as the left-hander entered the game number 36 and did not perform as well as what he would have hoped for, as Chris Mobley did not quite get the job done as the closer. He gave a few runs and then eventually needed Richard Giannotti in the contest. The final score from Southern Maryland, the Blue Crabs lose to the Bluefish. Bridgeport wins 15-11 as we get ready for a few other things. Schlock, an inning, a walk, and a strikeout. Oliveros, 3 2/3, 7 runs, only 1 of those earned, 2 walks and 8 hits. Manning, a 1/3 of an inning, a hit, and 2 runs with a walk and a strikeout. Suarez, an inning. Jimmy Warden with 2 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Mobley only came in for the 9th inning, so he pitched an inning and gave up those 2 runs in the 9th. Eventually, Brian Doomsnil recorded an inning and a 1/3 of relief, but the inning and 1/3 proved costly as he picked up the loss. Let's go through this box score. A hit and 3 runs and an RBI. Gathright Jones, 2 hits, a run, and 3 RBI. Redmond, 2 hits and 2 ribbies. DeLome, 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 ribbies. Peterson, 1 and 1. Vasquez, 2 runs, 2 hits, and no ribbies. Rodriguez, 2 and 3. 2 runs, 2 hits, and 3 ribbies. 2, 3, and 0. Lopez did not have an RBI, but 2 runs scored and 3 hits. Eddie Rogers, 2 runs and 2 hits with an RBI. Overall, 15 runs on 18 hits. Meanwhile, for Southern Maryland, Figueroa 4 for 6 with a run. Hu 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 RBI. Espinoza 2 hits and a run scored. Barton 4 hits, 1 run, 1 RBI. Daniel a hit, 2 runs and an RBI. 2 hits, a run, and 3 ribbies for Lopez and Paget. Owens 2 hits and a run. Giannotti 3 hits and a run with an RBI. And that is all 11 runs rather on 22 hits and 2 errors for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The final score from Regency Furniture Stadium, the Bluefish go to 5-2 on the road trip. Final score, the Bluefish 15 and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 11. When we come back, we'll close out the rest of the post-game show here on BridgeportBluefish.com.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details on the winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor. Because Miller time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who. Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers. We'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk. And never
5 other relievers.
During
5 other pitchers from the bullpen.
You've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should.
Combined.
It's not just a good time. It's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company.
3, 5, 6.
It's a rallying cry to the men around you, the ones that have become your brothers. The call to beer is answered with, "Order me a Miller Lite, I'll be there in 10." The night where your crew gets down to the task at hand that may or may not involve running tables, ice cream, firing up the grill, or getting the band back together. Just a few choice words spoken to the right man, and then you crave a light beer that's never light on taste, because it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, responsibility.
You know this little ditty? America's pastime. Summer summer feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, summer at night. There's always a beer man with ice cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. When Tips is calling his name, so soon if your team doesn't hit me dingers, you'll have Frost Brewed refreshment and Tips in your business. Thank you.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Great beer comes with responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I didn't seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys. It was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light summer, hot babes all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but it'll be alright, because coolers are filled with ice-cold Coors Light. You step outside, mini skirts galore. Beer garden for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits, Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Thank Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
How's that wind going?
Welcome back to Bluefish Baseball and the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. The postgame show is about to come to a close. Bridgeport wins 15-11. 3 other Atlantic League games taking place tonight. And we'll go straight to the scores from around the world of Major League sports. There are only a couple of things unfolding in the world of baseball at this point. Texas and Baltimore starting at 4 o'clock Eastern today. The Yankees play the Tampa Bay Rays at 7:05. And the Cleveland Indians play the Boston Red Sox 7:10. All the other starts at least 7:05 or later. There's one West Coast game between Detroit and Oakland. In the NBA, Chicago and Philadelphia tonight, 7 o'clock. Atlanta at Boston. That's also later. That's 8 o'clock. And then the Lakers and the Denver Nuggets from Denver. All those series, Philadelphia, Boston, and LA leads by a count of 3-2. With Game 6s unfolding tonight. Thank you for tuning into the Bluefish broadcast. I am Perry Miles. We'll be back tomorrow on the air. It is an 11:05 first pitch from Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey. The Bluefish taking on the River Sharks for the second series of the season. The Bluefish and the River Sharks have matched up, and the series is tied to a piece. Gilbert De La Vara and Raymar Diaz are expected to go to the Hill tomorrow for the Bluefish. The order has yet to be determined, but we will find out as soon as we know. We'll tell you on the air tomorrow. 10:45 pregame show for the 11:05 first pitch from Regency from Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey. The Bluefish improved to 10-4 on the year. They are 8-2 in the month of May and 5-2 so far on this season-long 13-game road trip. The final score, it was a wild one, 15-11. Bluefish on top. They improved to 10-4, and we'll wait to see how far ahead of the Long Island Ducks the Bluefish will be after tonight's doubleheader. Bridgeport 3 games ahead of the Blue Crabs heading into tomorrow's play. For Perry Miles, have a wonderful day, and if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can send me an email to perrym86@gmail.com or follow me on Twitter by going to Just Me P Miles. We'll see you at 10:45 in the morning tomorrow.